Hello everyone and welcome to the PS4 Tournament's Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series March monthly final. We're here with the European side of things. I am Wonder Chef, once again joining Ebonic Plague. I'm super happy to be back. We had a fun time just only like 3 days ago, but how you doing?
Yeah, it's only been 3 days. Doing pretty well because we get to commentate a little bit more MK11 action. This time we got the monthly finals. You know, it's been a lot of fun and I'm looking really forward to it.
Yeah, I'm glad that we get to be here while the twins are out and about and busy. But, of course, if any of you aren't familiar with the Open Series, it is part of the PS4 tournaments. And if you're not familiar with that, we made a video to show you.
Sangue Frio é o primeiro campeão aqui da primeira etapa da Liga Latina. Sensacional!
Look at this damage. Very doable.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
And of course, one of the leagues in the PS4 tournaments that you just saw is the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition, running from December of last year to May of this one, with 3 different leagues, each of different region: North America, Intercontinental Combat, and Liga Latina. Of course, those are split into multiple different sub-regions for a total of $60,000 on the line. And it is not too late to sign up for that. They're only about halfway done with that season, so go to compete.playstation.com. You can still earn points and qualify for those monthly, or sorry, not monthly, but the regional finals. Monthly finals is what we're doing today.
Yeah, that's what's going on right now. You know, we have the weekly invitationals for Mortal Kombat 11 along with the monthly finals that's going on right now. And last week we had a nice little grand finals with with one of the competitors here. It's going to be Mirko and Dubasic. Actually, both of them are here this week, if I remember correctly on the bracket. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Mirko, the entire time, all Scorpion, not even going to the lower bracket, just completely dominant performance in the weekly invitational.
Yeah, and on the other side, super exciting to see, but Dubasic going back after maybe 6 months, something around that amount of time, going back to the Jade for the first time after choosing to completely switch over to Cabal, just to kind of say like, hey, look, you know, I'm going to choose a character that you cannot complain about no matter what, but it's a new age, and finally, looks like he's feeling comfortable to go back to that Cabal. So I want to see if for the rest of the, well, I guess just for the rest of this year, whether we're going to see kind of a mix of both of those characters, whether it's going to be back to mainly Jade, whether we're going to see mostly Cabal and the Jade's just going to come out for specific times, but it's hard to say. However, you know, that's a lot of talk about Dubasic when Mirko really is the storyline, as Mirko, one of the 2 players to win in the past month. Now, I don't think this has ever happened in the European side of things before, where we've only had 2 players to earn that top spot, and both of them are here today in the bracket. Both Mirko playing that Scorpion and K-Top mainly using that, well, I want to say upgraded-ish Jackie.
Yeah, and those two are actually going to be having probably the bigger matchups of the day, because Proigresh is going to be playing against Mirko, a name that or at least I am not very familiar with here, especially in the Open Series. And then K-Top is going to be playing Asadamase. Proigresh had to get here by way of making it through the top 32, and who was it that they beat again just to get here?
Yeah, it was Makaran, of course, one of the best players in the region, and of course, one of my favorite Scarlet players, maybe my favorite Scarlet player, question mark, I have to think about that myself, but defeating Makaran to make it up into this top 8. Of course, this is the monthly final, so all these players had to fight through, like you just said, that top 64 bracket up to this top 8, and the stakes are higher, with first place getting $400, second with $300, third getting $200, and fourth with $100, which means that the stakes in the third and fourth place match are higher than usual, which makes the monthly finals much more fun to watch. And I mean, by that, really, the stakes for all of the matches are higher. This is the culmination of all of the different results, I would say, from the past month, which has been one of the, I think, the most interesting months in the European Open Series.
Yeah, I mean, every match at this point, or at the point of getting to fourth place, is basically just another $100 under your belt. So, like, obviously, you're already trying to pull out all the stops and things like that. And so, you know, when people enter week in, week out, which you can also do if you go to compete.playstation.com, they enter week in, week out. You can enter week in, week out, all from the comfort of your own home through the PlayStation dashboard or on your computer. Probably even your cell phone at that point. Every cell phone's got web browser these days, right? I'm sure it's easy enough. It's just compete.playstation.com if you want to enter one of these things, and you can maybe have a piece of that prize pool, because it's not just the monthly finals that you're going to be able to get it from. It's also the weekly invitationals, which we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, these players, you know, they played 3 days ago, and then now they're playing today, and then in about another 3 days, then it's going to be the first, I believe, weekly of the next month. So a lot of Mortal Kombat 11 and a lot of chance for them to win. But I think we might as well get into our first match of the day, which is, like you said, going to be one of the more interesting ones, as almost everybody in this bracket is a previous champion, people that we've seen a million times on the Open Series. But our first player today, Progress, is a player that I am just simply not as familiar with. So we do know that they're a Shang Tsung player, which is a character that we see a good amount from the Russian area region, one that we don't see quite as much from really any other regions, including the rest of the European regions that we see in the Open Series. But there's a reason why we see so many of them out of Russia, and that is the fact that the Russian scene plays a lot of really top-tier characters, and this character counters a lot of characters very, very well. But one of my favorite things about the Open Series is getting to see players that I'm not as familiar with, and usually, at the very least, you know, it's like I'll be here and Ketchup will be here, and so there'll be somebody who's like a little bit more familiar with a lot of the European region stuff. But now we're left in the dark. Okay, we're left in the dark. So two North American commentators. So maybe there's a little bit more information out there. So I apologize, Progress, if I just don't know you, but we'll see.
Yeah, on the other side, he's going to be going up against Mirko, our previous weekly invitational champion, with that Scorpion coming out of Italy. Easily one of the strongest performances I've seen in a while for just the EU bracket, because, again, did not have to go to lower bracket, and up until the Jade pick came out of Do Basic, it felt hard-pressed to be able to take him down the entire way through.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most successful players in the Open Series in general, one of the two Italian powerhouses alongside Asadamazza, who is also here in this bracket. So once again, they are going to be representing their region very, very well. But, you know, when you have somebody who is the reigning champion, and not only that, you know, one of the only two champions in the past month completely, they are going to be running a lot of momentum, and it's going to be tough to stop them. So as far as I know, Progress hasn't been in the Open Series top 8 before on broadcast, or if so, it was maybe like one time and I just happened to miss that week. But this is definitely going to be a tough way to start it off, to kind of make your first impression. However, it's also a really good opportunity to really make a big statement, right? If you start off against somebody like Mirko and do really well, but it won't be easy. So they are going in with the picks that we expected from them, as far as things. Yeah, so this is really interesting. We're seeing ground eruption and super kick. It's funny because we were looking at this exact character matchup before that Progress was playing, using this exact same variation. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we had to scramble to see if we could find any VODs of Progress prior to this, so we could get a kind of an idea of how he played. He is going to hit you with down 4 into ground eruption. All right, this just You probably can set a counter in the top left of your screen or whatever to how many down for ground eruptions if he gets the chance. Mirko, I feel like Mirko probably has this matchup specifically in his mind so much because of the numerous Shang Tsungs that exist in the Open series. You know, there's Disarded and there's Arn Kratos, right?
Yeah, and there's been a few others just here and there, so definitely a matchup that you're going to have to know very well. And already Mirko taking Progress to the corner, but we do see the variation name down 4 into Sparks, which is definitely something that brings up some very unpleasant memories for me during the MKX days. If anybody's familiar with Shinnok, you can still see a little bit of a throwback to his head in the, I don't even actually know what that level's called, but that temple.
It's it's like Shinnok's temple. They specifically took it over with Melina and them being revenants. So Shinnok's head is in the background. It's used as the power source for the tower.
Well, you know what? There are some fates worse than death, as Rin says. But here we go. Some corner pressure coming in from Progress. And because of the, well, I don't want to say the lack of, but because of the choice to use the ground eruption rather than the lift, there are some very different combos than you may be used to seeing. If you're more used to seeing Disarded, it's just going to be a lot of jab, 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 1-1-4 into slide. And a great first round from Progress. Great way to, like I said, start off making a statement.
Yeah, I mean, Progress already had to fight some of the best opponents here for the Open Series just to get here in the first place, so definitely not a huge surprise to see going toe-to-toe even with one of our best.
Yeah, and I mean, win or lose, it's already quite an accomplishment just to be here, but here we go. He's going to try to take the corner back. Mirko, though, fighting out. Such good usage of the jab strings, both 1-1 and 2-1 out of Scorpion, both of course being plus on block. They are highs, so you have to make your opponent respect them first. Use a lot of forward 3 for that. But I mean, when you're fighting against Mirko, it's hard not to respect him. It's scary to try to disrespect something like that.
That's really interesting. The way Mirko plays sometimes is, you know, at the very beginning you see him like be super aggressive, kind of like this right now, and then when things start to change up in the middle of the site, you see a weird patience come out. And he usually tries to catch you off guard, but there's the crushing blow. Gonna get good damage off this. No offensive bar for the Amplify. So, I mean, you know, Progress is probably gonna thank the stars for that one as he tries to go for the forward 2 string.
Yeah, that would have maybe been it had there even been one barb. Now, at least Progress is going to have another chance. Nice. I don't even know if that was a flawless block in the jump 3, but we did see the reversal throw and forward 4 into the chainsaw to catch out of the air. That was a very, very weird way for that to end, but hey, it works, and good knowledge of using that interactable right there. Probably going to make it a little bit safer to try to go for that low, and I bet that that would catch the flawless block attempt on the forward 4-2 that we usually see from players comfortable fighting Scorpion. And Progress, after taking a strong first round, just wasn't quite able to take any of the other two, but definitely is in there, you know. We can at least see that it's going to be a competitive match.
Yeah, if the first round was any indication at all, it very clearly speaks to Progress's skill. The second round was a lot more in Mirko's favor, but then the third round, it started kind of being like a little bit of a fight back. Obviously, the very start of the third round was hugely detrimental for Progress. He lost about 80% of his life real quick before he was able to do anything to Mirko, but regardless of that fact, it seems like he kept his composure and tried to fight back. It's just Mirko, obviously, you talked about the trying to hopefully catch the flawless block with the jump 4 into chainsaw, you know, trying to see if he could stop the string, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if it hits, it hits. It's just like a win-win. You're like, you know, we take those is the classic line. So
absolutely.
You know, if the 4-4 anti-airs, then yeah, we take those. But instant jump kick to start off the round. Interesting choice. And we do see I guess it's the down 4. It's really hard to tell what's down 4 and what's back 3 out of Shang Tsung. Both of the lows look super similar, and seeing down 4 into the ground eruption is a lot rarer than back 3 because well, you know what, you were talking
you gotta
about
watch out for the spear. You have to watch out for the spear because he does have burning spear, right? So that's gonna do even more damage, and he's already got the offensive bar obviously because it's only the start of the match, so he's going to be doing a ton of damage if he was able to get a full screen spear because crushing blow was available. But there we go, we're gonna get some life back here for Progress. She's got the forward 2 string going, plus frames here.
Yeah,
jump over.
Wow, well, that was weird. That looked like was that a jump forward or was that a jump back?
It was a neutral jump. It was a neutral jump. Because he hit forward 2, the neutral jump actually just jumped above it, and there's the forward momentum on the forward 2, right? So he just kind of stole the corner because of it.
Right, but if it was a neutral jump, wouldn't it have launched from a neutral jump No, wait, I'm sorry. That's not the right game. Oh my gosh, I was playing Mortal Kombat 9 last night. Believe it or not, everybody, this is not how this game works. Oh my gosh. I miss Mortal Kombat 9. Anyway, yeah, that was absolutely neutral jump, and the grab is going to even things up. Oh, okay.
I didn't even see the escape failed earlier.
Me neither. I was too busy thinking this is Mortal Kombat 9. Look, this is going to be a bleed till almost the end of his life. It just needs one more hit, and the teleport anti-air is going to be it.
That was a beautiful teleport. I don't know if he did that specifically in reaction to the jump, but, you know, I mean, having to deal with an air-to-air versus Shang Tsung can be a little bit annoying with his jumping 3, right? So it's, crushing blow. Yeah, and he's got meter this time.
Oh, now that, I think, is honestly almost a bait to make you spend your meter. He launches you so late into that combo that if you break away, I think, honestly, Mirko is happy with that. Like, maybe even more so than if you hadn't broken away. Because the amount of damage he was going to get post the launch right there was not going to be a huge amount. So I think he's feeling pretty good about that. But overall, the life's still pretty even. And the jump back. We've seen some really good defensive jumps out of Mirko so far. Now he's just going to need one more hit.
Yeah, the defense is definitely the name of the game for Mirko. Like, obviously the offensive pressure is really scary with the overheads, but because of his defensive decisions, that has gotten him into the offensive situations that we're talking about. If he was unable to get that jump back into, you know, jump back 2, if he was unable to get the teleport after the air-to-air situation, right, he probably wouldn't have been in those positions to mount that offensive pressure. And so because of those things, that's what basically netted him all that damage. Defense is super important, and it will get you farther and farther than a lot of you might think at the very beginning of your start with most fighting games.
Yeah, I still can't believe that immediately off the bat today, I was like, why didn't the neutral jump punch launch? That's still like the weirdest thing to come into my head. So I'm going to laugh about that for the rest of today. But yeah, that was so good. And usually you don't see a lot of like these neutral jumps in defensive options, but I think that Mirko just knows the Shang Tsung is well, I guess you should say the Shang Tsung pressure tends to move forward quite a bit with moves like back 1-1 or forward 2 into whatever. And so neutral jumps are a really good way of catching that forward movement. And so far it's worked quite a bit. But I mean, Mirko's defense is just so good always. We've seen him go up against a lot of like the Jackie players and just block for forever. It just feels like forever, and then finally finding always the perfect moment. And again, we can see that was a neutral jump or a jump back. I can barely see because we were just getting into the game, but it's a good call, and it was blocked. But again, start off that offense.
Yeah, the grabs have been incredibly successful so far for Mirko. And again, just as I say, I think he's found like a defensive issue for Progresh, and he's just kind of exploiting it as much as possible, right? The two big issues so far has been throw and the overhead from Scorpion. Those have been pretty much the strongest mix-up tools. Yeah, see, again, another throw. And it's pretty much always been forward throw, never back.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at least the overhead in particular, the throw is going to be good just because you have to respect how good the neutral is. With the overhead, it's very fast. It goes over the down 4 and the back 3, which, of course, I mean, you can see Progress his variation name is down 4 into Spark, so he's going to want to press down 4, but back 3 is going to make that just so much of a scarier option. You know, if he'd done it right there, it would have gone right over it, but not going to matter. Match point, Mirko.
Yeah, that was a great duck right there under the standing one. Mirko, again, defensive decisions are just on point, completely like disallowing Progress to even get an offensive momentum started. Like that first round was enough of a tell for Mirko to know that like he never wants that to happen again, right? Like the very first round of this set.
Yeah. Oh, and the 2-2 crushing blow. Always going to cash out on that when he can in those final in the final moments, in the final round. It does, of course, a ton of bleed damage. I think almost every crushing blow that Scorpion has unique to him does a ton of damage over time afterwards. But Progress still in this. Going to land a few hits. Just hasn't been able to really get any of the zoning game going. It's a little too scary.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you got that teleport going, teleport cancel and everything like that, plus the spear, just huge damage from Scorpion, even without the burning spear, but Fatal Blow comes out. This is your final moments. You got to bring it out now.
Yeah, it's not a really particularly good Fatal Blow, but you can use it in surprise situations. And here we go. Gets one little hit. Forward 2 into super kick actually would have connected right there. We haven't seen that really come out at all either. I'll talk about that later maybe, but there we go. Conversion. Oh, just needs one more hit from the neutral jump again. He went to it so many times, and he knew that it was going to be the option as he hits him with the classic.
Classic brutality. Oh man, he had just, you know, I don't know how many times Progress went to the forward four, but it was not very many throughout that set. And so the one forward four at that range was immediately neutral jumps. I guess at that point, you know, Mirko was already going to neutral jump multiple different times, and so maybe he was looking for like another forward two or something like that. But it just worked out so well. There were so many neutral jumps that basically just paid off for Mirko to the point of just netting maybe what, like 80% of Progress's life throughout the entire set.
Oh yeah, just so much. And yeah, you can tell that the reason why he used it is he caught so many different options. He caught the forward two, he caught the forward four right there, he caught like just a bunch of different weird options to try to make it in, but he just knows. And clearly, you know, you're saying that this is a matchup that you need to know if you are playing a lot in the European Open Series, and clearly that does ring true for Mirko. But I do have to say, I mean, Progress did a great job of trying to fight against Mirko. Again, you know, Mirko won the last tournament without even getting knocked into the lower bracket at all. So this is about as good as any of the other top players did against him last week. But surprisingly, we didn't see the super kick come out too much. So I hope we get to see that if we do see Progress on stream again. But that means that Mirko is going to be our first player making it into the upper semifinals. And going up against him is going to be the winner of Mercer and Do Basic. Every match from here on out is super wild, super high profile, and we are going to see some more Scorpion action from Mercer. So if anybody's a Scorpion fan, today is a good day, I think, to tune in. Yeah,
that's me.
Exactly.
That's me. I'm here. I'm living for some Scorpion for sure. Yeah. So Mercer on the other side, out of Russia. So there's a lot of Russia in this bracket actually, because we don't just have Mercer, we don't just have Do Basic, but we talked about how Progress is out of Russia, and there's also Serious Hitman a little bit later. But talking about Mercer right now, the Scorpion put some respect on the name.
Yeah, Mercer, another one of the infamous 3 different M-name Scorpions that do quite well in the European Open Series. There are, for some reason, they just all manage to confuse us, but Mercer, very well known for the Scorpion. Mercer and Mirko, definitely the 2 that we see the most, and we see them very often. So we should be seeing a pretty similar type of gameplay that we saw from Mirko. Mercer maybe not quite as patient of a player, but has had some of the most amazing sets of reads, some huge comebacks, super fun player to watch. And a big question mark is going to be, what is the variation overall going to be? However, on the other side, we get to see within the first 2 matches of today both of the players that were in the grand finals of week 4 of March, and it's going to be Do Basic, of course, showing that Cabal was still the most played character for him last week, but overall just in the past, I would say, like 6 months. However, we do know there's a chance that we are going to see a Jade, and also known very well for his Sindel early on in the game's life. So I don't know if there's going to be a potential for more than just Jade, more than just Cabal. It's who knows, but probably at least on the other side, we're going to see Scorpion, which was actually the grand finals match of last week. So we'll see how differently Mercer plays it, and if he can play it to the same effect.
Yeah, one of the things that made Do Basic have a lot of trouble in the matchup of Cabal versus Scorpion was the fact that Mirko was very willing to just hunker down and slow down the Speed Demon by just walking away, right? Quite literally slowing down the Speed Demon by just being completely out of the range and being in a position where if you try to use Command Dash at me, you're getting, like, your life bar exploded, right? So it's one of those situations where I think if Mercer watched that weekly invitational, because that was not the grand finals matchup, by the way, that was specifically earlier in the winter set where that happened. If Mercer was watching the weekly invitational, I think that would be something to have learned from it, is to, you know, start out as strongly as you can, but then slow it down. And all right, so the spear spin is in the variation. I think it's spear spin teleport cancel was the variation. I could be wrong. I missed it at the very last second, but
no, yeah, that is what it's going to be. And then the other side for Cabal is going to be the classic Do Basic variation. I don't think I've ever seen him literally play anything else when he's using Cabal, which is going to be the slight gas and the hook slam. But yeah, what an interesting choice. Now, it is a great move for being able to close people out as the spear spin, of course, which name I can't remember the exact actual name of.
Death spin.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
No, but yeah, it's a great move for being able to close people out on chip. Of course, it hits a bunch of times. There's a good amount of chip damage. You can use it kind of as a combo ender. Usually, it doesn't actually add a whole lot of damage unless you also have the Burning Spear alongside it, just to kind of give it that enhanced damage and effect. But we'll see how it comes into play. And starting off the round with it was pretty good, and things are looking pretty even up until this combo big drop. And now we've got the time stop interactable, which you can use a little bit defensively from this position.
And there's going to be that disc spin just to be able to get the range away from Cabal. That's kind of how it's being used. But oh, the fatal blow dropped the combo. Was trying to combo into fatal blow, but missed it. The overhead's going to get blocked and reversal throw.
And that's enough. I actually didn't see what his life was at the start of that, so I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, we've seen 2 big drops from 2 basics so far, which is pretty rare. I mean, it is the first match of the day. Well, actually, no, these players have been playing a little bit more today, but, you know, they've had to wait a little bit before they get into their on-stream match, so maybe we just need to see if 2 basic gets a little bit... Oh, big combo! And now, there is no defensive bar. This is potentially the biggest combo that Kabal can hit. Let's see how much damage it does. Look at this! 507 damage! Oh,
I felt that here at my house.
oh, it's so rare. I mean, okay, that match was over so quickly, but that at least gives us some time to talk about that combo, because it's really rare that any character gets a full down back 4 punish on, or sorry, I guess you should say gets fully punished by down back 4 from Cabal, which of course is a crushing blow for any of you out there who don't know if it counters or if it is a punish, but it's, you know, a pretty slow move. It's not really going to punish like the normal unsafe things, so you have to be really ready for specific situations, and just using raw death spin right there was the perfect situation, because it leaves you a little bit of a range where it's not easy to punish. However, just doing that as a reversal was the exact answer. And no defensive bar, landed the full combo perfectly. Finally, no drops when it matters. When you get to show off, no drops. You know, that's the most important time, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you win. It's when you get to show off.
Yeah, no, we had literally just got done talking about how he had, you know, dropped a couple of combos, and it was giving Mercer a couple of different chances, but already a switch off of the death spin. Death spin is gone. It's now up to the air assembly, which I'm really surprised about, but that's probably trying to get rid of the slight gas situation, right? Trying to air well, I'm really curious.
Well, so Mercer in particular is very fond of Air Sin Blade. Actually was a really big fan of using the variation, the 3rd variation that had it even before custom variations. Now, uses it a lot for kind of like pressure on Oki. You can set up some pseudo safe jump situations, and very good at catching like advancing pressure. However, I think the big switch here, the main reason was that you get punished that hard for using Death Spin, and you're like, no, never again. But also, Air Sin Blade does give you these much bigger combos for free and better conversions off a lot of things like raw spear. So we're starting to see it already.
It is thanks to all that ground bouncing that happens with the Air Sin Blade. And I mean, you know, we talk about how Scorpion already has like really high average damage. He just gets that much more thanks to the Air Sin Blade, but no whiff punish on that.
Oh, hits him back. Big corner combo. I don't think this is enough. Okay, yeah, I was trying to end in the interactable right there. So did spend a little bit of bar, and then wasn't able to close out the round on Mercer. So now Do Basic is going to be out of, well, not completely out of meter, but definitely down a little bit on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's more so the defensive bar for Mercer being on is kind of the big deal there, especially, you know, because he was already down a game, and you kind of need to make everything happen. But he got that round, and now he's just kind of walking away. I wonder if he's trying to apply that patience right there. But oh my goodness, caught the jump immediately, an instant jumping one.
Oh, but drops it, unfortunately. That would have been another great time to show off. Still got a lot of damage, though. That's the nice thing about those combos, is that you're at least not going to get punished when you're dropping those really fancy high execution combos, and you are going to get a good amount of damage beforehand. Nice! Goes from the jumping into the air dash. Not able to punish him on wake up, as he did run into the armor. Sometimes, depending on the situation, if they're low enough, you can. Oh, just poking back.
Luckily, that neutral jump did not get Mercer. Now he's going to go for the overhead. He's got the corner pressure right now. Just kind of delayed. There's the short hop. Oh, the pressure starts. Oh, got the flawless spike. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so that is actually a situation that a lot of characters, even if they flawless block the 4 in forward 3-4 right there, the up 2 will whiff because he gets pushed back so far. But Cabal, with one of, I would say, the longest range up 2s in the game, was able to actually get that punish and immediately showing off that he does have that knowledge, went into the down 2 so that even the breakaway wouldn't matter. And so, Dubasic taking back all the momentum and Mercer's life bar just melting, even again with a dropped combo, which is rare for Dubasic, but not so rare this set.
Well, you specifically talked about how his variation is something that Dubasic is always gonna go toward. This should be death. But
oh yeah, that was like 1/4 of the combo, and already Mercer was dead. So yeah, no matter what the situation was there, that was going to be it. Unless we did see the drop, however, he went for the easiest possible answer. He just went for 1-1 afterwards, which is I think slightly less optimal, but you know he just wanted to make sure he had the kill, and he got it. So. Hey, 2-0 right now for Dubasic. Mercer has been showing like a lot of really heavy signs of life, like really staying competitive in there. But one big thing is that he's just been in situations where he's getting comboed and having no defensive bar at all, maybe a few too many times. And that just spells literal death against a super high damage variation like we see Dubasic using.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to the offensive pressure that Dubasic is bringing out, though, because Mercer feels the need to use that defensive bar immediately on a breakaway, so he doesn't have it for the resulting situation in neutral afterwards. Dubasic makes a hard read on like a jump or a move forward, and you know, a lot of the time it's been immediate jump 1, slight gas, full combo, right, for Dubasic. And so Mercer will just take that damage. He's already used the defensive bar on breaking away the very first hit, and it just never really spells like a good rest of the day.
Yeah, this is not spelling a very good start of this round. And they are sitting next to the Vero. Yeah, the interactable, that is one of the strongest, maybe the strongest interactable in the game. It definitely would be on the radar for strongest. You say command grab, it launches. You can use it mid combo to launch. You can combo into it. You can tick throw from it like we just saw. So everything good about that. And already this is going to be round number 1, guaranteeing that side switch. Super smart. The sending 4 there into it may have killed before it side switched. So just wanted to get the absolute best screen positioning. And you know, you want to say it doesn't matter, but because of the teleport canceled, but that means no more defensive bar for a while for Mercer.
Yeah, and that's been one of the biggest problems for Mercer the entire time. However, finally getting some offensive pressure going here. And now, yeah, you got to watch the 4-3-4 situation. So he's trying to bait out the flawless block from Dubasic, and it worked out pretty well so far. He's already got a lot of life just because he was looking for it, but there's the whip punish. Big drop.
No, and that's why he did the 1-1 in the last game instead of the 2-3. The 2-3 is much harder right there, but the damage is way higher. So went for a little bit more of an optimal one this time. It dropped. That's unfortunate. That also means the back 1-2 down 2 crushing below is gone. I think it's down 2, not up 2 right there. And that is a big one, huge one. Still has quite a few crushing blows left though, because he's Cabal, who's got a wealth of them.
Ooh, nice block right there on the teleport. The Amplify is going to get punished. Easy money. So now he's got both the bar and the damage.
Yeah, and that was such a great bait. The fact that he just empty jumped at him, didn't throw an attack. If there was an attack, that teleport would have for sure punished him on his landing frames. But instead, he managed to take a lot. However, Mercer stealing back the corner. Not a short hop grab. I love it.
Okay, yeah, just staying back. Yeah. I mean, any one hit from Dubasic that's like just a really strong one could easily change the tide right there, but okay. No ability to stop that. Nice block on the overhead on that one, though, and they're just playing real small. They're keeping in each other's face and just hitting down ones, standing ones, but they're finally the duck under. He's got all the bars in the world. He should got this, yeah.
Oh, yeah, by a lot. Again, ending in a very similar place. Oh, ripping him in half. I didn't even think he was going to be able to still combo into that. But, yeah, he has so much damage still left on the table. And so much of it came down to the fact that the defensive bar was being spent, I think, on teleport cancels or just on breakers or defensive options in general. And as soon as he used that, Dubasic knew that it was time to start fishing for these gigantic combos, which really is pretty much from any single hit because it is this variation of Cabal where every single thing that you do is going to lead into some sort of combo, into jump to air dash or 2-3 into the hook slam, not exactly like that, or just so many different things, and the damage just ended up all together just so heavily in the favor of Dubasic. I wonder if it might have been maybe reasonable to see an attempt from Mercer to use just full-on Searing Rage, which is a switch that we've seen a few times from Scorpions when they really need the damage. It would have at least maybe allowed him to make a few more comebacks if he made some really good reads. But overall, we get to see again why 2 Basic was in the grand finals of last week, and that means that our second match of the day actually is going to be a rematch of the grand finals so early in the bracket, which is cool to see, but also just really goes to show how terrifying this whole bracket is.
It's like that week in, week out, month after month. The brackets never really stop being difficult, and they don't show any signs of stopping that, as you guys are going to see H-Dope versus Serious Hitman next, and then after that it's going to be Asadamase versus K-Top, which means Mercer and Progress are going to be duking it out in the lower bracket to see who stays alive here. And so H-Dope, Serious Hitman. We talked about Serious Hitman last week. We wanted to see that Terminator. We got to see that Terminator because the previous week, even before last week, we got to see Terminator again. And I mean, look, the air grab reads on Serious Hitman were, well, I mean, it's part of the name, right? They were serious.
Oh, super serious. But yeah, it's always so great to see the Terminator from Serious Hitman. And I mean, again, the rating's good too, but I am a gigantic Terminator fan. I've come to the conclusion over the past few weeks, just myself, that I think Terminator is the most fun character to watch in the entire game right now when somebody is really good with them. But there's some really interesting, I guess you could say, like, character potential here and counterpick potential from this matchup in general, because we did see a week where Serious Hitman's opponent H-Dope was, I always want to call him H-Top, but it's K-Top H-Dope, of course. They're brothers, and when they did play against each other previously in bracket, K-Top did go to the Terminator himself, so H-Dope was very comfortable fighting against the Terminator, however didn't use the Shiva. So maybe expecting a Terminator pick, we might see for example a switch over to his Spawn, which is a very cool pick, one that we saw using Soul Forfeit, which is another one of the most hype things to possibly watch in this game. And of course, H-Dope uses a ton of different characters, so it's always going to be a big question mark. One of the big I guess detriments to choosing his classic Shiva in this matchup, which of course I guess I haven't talked about either, but is going to be using the Dragon Spin, the Dragon Stance, and the not the Amp Stomp. What was it?
No, it's not Enhanced Stomp.
The low, the Queen's Punishment. So one of the big detriments there is that the teleport out of Terminator is just ridiculous. I want to say it might be the best teleport in the game, and I don't think that it's definitely between that and Cetron's teleport because you can use it from the air. So trying to zone in that matchup can be absolute death. So we'll see. It looks like maybe there's going to be time for Shiva.
Okay, well, I mean, Serious Hitman is sticking with the Terminator. It's been all in on Terminator these past few weeks, hasn't it? Because, like, I feel like we didn't even see Raiden 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly. I think it was all the Terminator. I'd have to go back and check, but at the very least, it's been a lot of Terminator recently.
Yeah, I think we saw a switch to Raiden in the grand finals is more of like maybe a desperation pick, but not a serious one. And yeah, we're going to see that same variation really from both of them that we're used to seeing. TDE is the teleport, and we're going to see the air grab and running man, which is really the core, I would say, move of the Terminator mix-up.
Already.
Immediately baited. So good.
You were just talking about that exact interaction. You were just mentioning that exact interaction, and immediately it comes into play, and immediately H-Dope already has an answer for it. But the one thing about Terminator's teleport, it's not just that it's really quick, but that he can hold it. He can just sit there for a while. So you might be trying to bait it, but you have to be ready for the hold as well.
Yeah, now you remember when I was saying that this could be tough because you can teleport past your zoning? Well, I maybe was wrong. This is looking super one-sided, but for sure you can tell that H-Dope has a lot of experience going up against this particular move in this particular matchup. Oh, here we go. This is the start of potentially everything. Oh, goes for the restand. What's the mix?
Running man, but the jump over, that was a beautiful short hop on the running man.
That is one of my favorite like defensive options that you only people who are used to fighting against Terminator ever do, which is that short hop in that particular situation where you get the best possible punish. You can actually, I think, land a full another jump in, but yeah, like I was saying, it's very strange to have experience against good Terminators, but immediately off the bat, H-Dope showing multiple things, saying, yeah, I've played this matchup a bunch for whatever reason, probably because of his brother, but yeah, for whatever reason.
For whatever reason, indeed, right now. I mean, also, Serious Hitman, obviously a staple in the open series, right? So you kind of have to be ready for him. He's going to show up, and he is going to attempt to schmixinate you, as he's doing so now with another restand, and it's just the regular grab.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so despite how much character experience you have against Terminator, he's still a mixed monster, right? It doesn't matter if you've played against Terminator a million times, if you get wrong on the low overheads and you're in the corner, you're just dead, and that's exactly what happened. So this is looking to be a pretty good set so far. I'm excited. Who thought we'd be seeing Shiva versus Terminator in such a high-level match? Certainly not me.
You know, the interesting part too is it's full on Dragon Stance Shiva still, despite the nerf, and it's very little Dragon drop, right? There's very little of the jumps, no stomps going on so far.
Oh yeah, literally no stomps, and that's something. I mean, you know, maybe I'll talk about that a little bit more in between matches. But right now, the mix-up is starting. Lands the low, hits the breakaway. No defensive bar. Back one teleport is at least safe. Oh, big drop, but no punish.
Yeah, that's what I was really worried about there for Serious Hitman, because he does not have a lot of life to work with. The down one is going to be able to interrupt, and there is the spin amplify.
Nice. And yeah, the big reason why you choose that spin is to cover that gap where people will try to poke out because they expect that you're going to do the Dragon Stance to get all that free chip. So I think that's exactly what it caught right there. But yeah, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about how good H-Dope Shiva is. So I'm sure everybody out there has experienced the Stomp Shiva. Not very well, depending on what kind of person you are, either not very fun to watch or extremely hilarious to watch. But in competitive play, it's one that we've seen gone to quite a bit, and oftentimes it doesn't quite work because once the stomps stop working, it's just there's no other game plan. However, H-Dope is showing us a 100% different side of the character, literally using no stomps as far as I know in that last match. Or if there was one, then I completely missed it. But just showing everything else that the character has to offer. And I think Shiva is one of the coolest characters, especially once you get past the kind of generic stomp Shiva. But when you do, you can see how much the character can bring. And H-Dope is the perfect example of that. I have to say probably one of the best Shivas in the world. I mean, easily one of the best Shivas in the world at this point. And I'm glad to see him commit to this character and in such a unique way too.
Yeah, this is maybe Shiva's best iteration, like, ever? Yeah, no, it definitely is.
Easily.
It 100% is. I shouldn't say maybe.
To quote Ketchup, the best minus maybe some weird sort of like gold or trilogy version that's like some weird bugged out version. But yeah, definitely the best competitively in sort of like a mainline game that she's ever been, which is great to see.
Well, Dragon Stance is a huge help, despite the fact that the Dragon Stance changes that, you know, there's 2 more frames on the activation, so it takes a little bit longer on startup for block, but you still have to react, right? There is still a mix-up there because she can cancel the Dragon Stance, and, you know, or she can just immediately toss the Fireball. You have to know. Oh, but now you're going to get amplified. I was going to say, if that wasn't death, there was already going to be the bleed. It was pretty much a checkmate situation.
Yeah, probably the character that puts you into the most absolute checkmate situations because you are forced to jump or dash to get away from the stomp after that, and then that just causes you to bleed even more, which, of course, then means it's death. Whoa, picked up out of the air.
Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger's long legs.
His posture's a little bit too good, I think. Oh, that was super nasty because that would have been, I think, a tick throw even on block. So there's going to be a lot of extra damage and some more corner positioning. All right, this is a scary spot.
Oh, okay, right back at you. Your long legs now.
Oh, yes! That was so good! It was the crushing blow because it launched so high into the air that it was super late in the active frames of the run. And that was so cool and so smart. What a sick way. Oh, and of course the stomp comes out for the first time and it is punished because teleport actually one of the best tools in the game at dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have like a super delayed stomp, I feel like Terminator's teleport can be held longer. So it really doesn't matter which way you try to stomp. Terminator's ready and there for you.
Yeah, and it just recovers so fast that it's almost going to be impossible for you to get punished for it. Made the big read there on the air-to-air. Wasn't quite the right one, but mix-up time again. Or not, maybe.
Oh, got the dragon stance out. Is able to at least get one fireball, but the big whip punish right there, forcing the breakaway. There is Fatal Blow on deck for H-Dope. The comeback is easily possible.
We're just gonna take some free chip. Holds on to the fireball. Waits a little bit longer, gets a little bit more damage, but it's not gonna matter, as that is going to be enough damage for sure. We're going up 1-1. I hope this game goes to, or I hope the set goes to game 5 for sure. This is sick. This is not a matchup that I ever thought we'd see at such a high level, and especially just playing this way. Terminator vs. Shiva, I don't know. I'm loving it. The back one into the run, into the crushing blow. Of course, to explain that for anybody out there who doesn't know, the run crushing blow is only happens if you run long enough in running man stance. So when you're in the corner, he was able to combo into it because he did back one, which launches really high as an anti-air, and then just kept running in the corner, just kept running. There was nowhere to go because he was already in the corner, just his face just pressed up against the wall. And then as soon as at the very last minute Shiva fell down to the ground, he did the grab, which was considered for running far enough, even though the distance was like running on a treadmill. And so it was super smart. You have to be super ready for that situation.
So we got the switch to spawn. You want to talk about high damage? Here it is.
All right, so I did predict that there was a possibility that we were going to see this, and we are going to see the soul forfeit again. The last time, if any of you didn't see the last time that we got to see the soul forfeit spawn out of H-Dope, it is sick. And this is the exact matchup that we saw it being played in, one of the few matchups we saw it being played in, but this is a very practiced spawn, and it can have some of the sickest combos in the game. This is going to turn out to be my favorite set of the Open Series ever. I'm already feeling it.
Yeah, okay, so real talk, it doesn't matter the variation that you're playing as with Spawn. This character is always doing damage, whether it be the soul forfeit, whether it be the glide, you know, it does not matter.
Yeah, I mean, the main big damage tool here is going to be that charging, I can't even remember what it's called, charging health spawn, I think, where it's going to be the launcher, and that is going to add so much, but oh, big crushing blow, that should be it for sure. Back to, just for fun.
Round 2, fight.
Well, great start from Serious Hitman, not even allowing H-Dope to get started. The chain normals are usually super good at being able to keep characters out, but Serious Hitman is navigating them incredibly well.
Yeah, it is scary because you throw out one standing 3 and the teleport comes out and you are getting punished, but here we go. Big combo, gonna spend 2 bars, goes into the standing 2, into the restand. That is not an easy thing to do, but look at that, half the Serious Hitman's life gone off of one single thing. Oh, and you can see the variation name is Love My Twin Bro. The last time he used this variation, they both used the same name. They both said Love My Twin Bro, which was adorable.
Oh, but there's the fatal blow. All right, no love here.
Yeah, no, he says, I am not your twin brother. And I think that should be enough. I'm going to make the call that it is, and it definitely is. The fatal blow, one of those tools with Terminator that you either confirm into or you bring it out at the last minute as a big read. And we've seen that the read has been correct so many different times for Serious Hitman, and again, it was again. So going up 2-1, I wonder if we're going to see the spawn. It just didn't really get to start anything, which is unfortunate to see, but
The one thing that the spawn started was taking out half of his life in a single combo. He did one combo and did half of his life. All he needed was another one. It just never happened.
that is true. Spawn also, you know, not only does he do a ton of damage because of the charge, which is what we saw just alone in that combo, but also has a ton of crushing blows, and we didn't see a single crushing blow work out there. You know, he's in the corner, he gets the forward throw, which is going to land into a gigantic combo. He gets the like 1-1 back 2. He gets the just a million different crushing blows, and yet nothing worked out. So now it's a big decision for H-Dope. The Shiva looked like it was working out a little bit better, but it's hard to really gauge because sometimes Terminator just mixes you, right? And that seems to be what happened there, especially with the comeback in the matchup that H-Dope did seem like it was winning, but sometimes you just get by overhead into fatal blow, and that's life. But it's going to be going back to the usual variation of the Shiva.
Yeah, you know, I don't think the Shiva was doing terribly bad. It was just kind of like that second game just kind of got away from H-Dope. It was, wasn't it 2-1 in rounds during that one too? So it was at least very close. But back to the Shiva. So I guess we're gonna find out if it's gonna remain a staple. Double teleport here.
Double teleport, but not really paying off, and now that means there's no defensive bar. Luckily, not going to be getting a lot of real big launches here out of Shiva, so you're not super scared to try and use that defensive bar for stuff like teleports.
Ooh, I like it. Yeah, yeah. Go into the dragon stance to bait out like canceling the teleport, right? So you can just get him to come to you. And then, oh, but there was the jump. Free punish. There's so much recovery on that. You get all day.
Yeah, and he really wanted that running man crushing blow, which is fully understandable, but it just didn't pay off. However, he's going to get another chance in the corner here.
Okay, another running man. It's going to be another amplify. So that's all the offensive bar, but at this point, he's in such a good position that I think that's fine. Going for the down one on the counter right there. But okay, there's the interrupt finally on the running man. There was the reaction. That's really important because now you get the Shiva mix.
Ooh, just landed the second hit of that somehow, and now, wait. Okay, so that was actually a punish. I'm surprised he just went for the down 4 right there, but maybe he thought that he was out of range, or maybe he just was out of range for any other punish, but that was a beautiful timing on punishing the stomp with teleport, and that means the Serious Hitman is on match point.
Yeah, I don't think he could have gone to like a back 2 or anything like that either because of the speed, right? So I think that's probably why he was just like down 4, let's keep it easy. And so that gets the round, and another good start already. But catching him out of the jump.
All right, taking that free chip. Huge amount of chip, really. Oh no, finally the teleport catches the dragon stance without a cancel. You can see you're gonna get a pretty big punish off of that. Oh, nice cancel. Oh, and picks back up. That would have caught a breakaway too.
The amplify, unfortunately not gonna be able to have to do. I was gonna say not gonna be able to do anything about the teleport, but for a second there it looked like he almost got it.
Oh no. Okay, so this is super plus. That's a mix-up, and nice interrupts. Reads the low. That's the only way to punish it. And one more hit. Yep, that's gonna be it. Spends the bar. I wasn't sure if that was gonna be enough, but it definitely was. And that was, yeah, a super great interruption. So forward 4-2, which is gonna be that low into the overhead that we see from Terminator so much. You cannot punish it. It's safe on block, but you can interrupt it or you can flawless block it, which is why we tend to see some like forward 4 into some different options. But nice, knew how to punish it, and now H-Dope feels like he's taking back some of this momentum, landing another hit in the corner.
Just leaving him standing the entire time. You know, it's interesting. He hasn't gone to low command grab in a while, has he? Or is it not in? Does he not have it?
I think he has it. The Queen's Punishment. I believe it's still in this variation, but yeah, he has it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, it's because I said it. So Serious Hitman knew.
Yep, and it gets punished and gets out of the corner, and the momentum starts beginning. So realistically, if H-Dope loses, I think it's all your fault.
I'm sorry. But H-Dope not gonna take that to heart. Well, maybe he did take it personally. You know, he's just like, never mind. I'm just going back to Dragon Stance.
All right, so I did get my wish. As excited as I was for this matchup, I really wanted it to get to Game 5, and it is. And really, H-Dope looked like he just took so much more control of that matchup. A lot of it, I think, was the fact that he started going on the offense, and he knows exactly when to mix up into like the low or just like the Dragon Stance or the Dragon Stance cancel, or when he thinks that they're going to poke out and then he goes into the spin, and all of it was working, catching him so many different times, very rarely using grabs, but just knowing how to pressure effectively without it. And now it's a Game 5 where I expect that we're going to just be going right into the exact same matchup. Yeah, Weapon X again. So that's going to be it. And I have no idea how this is going to end up.
It's definitely hard to call after this has been so back and forth, right? The only match that didn't seem like super close was the Spawn match, right? And so Shiva has been like exceptionally well. It's just the problem is after the restand hasn't been super successful on every mix-up. It's been more of like a punish game that the Shiva's been getting most of her damage in, rather than the mix-up situation, because we already saw Queen's Punishment didn't really get to do a whole lot, unfortunately. Throughout that, it was basically like Dragon Stance stuff.
Yeah. Luckily, I think at the very least, the fear of it may have allowed a few of the other overheads to land midway through a string, but we'll see if that happens again. Right now, starting off, going for the mid off the running man stance. Not an option he's gone to really that much before, and the stomp finally going to land. Spends the bar just to catch a little bit more damage. And that is a great wake-up option. There's no real way to get around that. If you roll, it's punished. If you wake up 3 or up 2, it's punished. If you sit there, you're taking a ton of chips. So good call by H-Dope.
Good shotgun placement as well. He's going to be able to stop the Dragon Stance again. That's actually going to get the life lead a lot closer, but oh man, caught him out of the teleport.
He tried to back one. It was a teleport in place. Catches him, and now the offense begins. You see right there, he was expecting the low, so the overhead hit, and that means that this round is going to H-Dope. So even if the lows aren't landing, the fear of the lows may be the most important thing here. So yeah, match point.
No, I completely agree. I think that's exactly it. The fear of the lows have caught Serious Hitman kind of slipping because it seems like he's so afraid of maybe the EX, or excuse me, the amplify on the Queen's Punishment.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, just saying, yeah, like exactly what you were saying. And he landed 2 overheads in a row. That's string back 2. Of course, it's going to be mid into overhead. And oh, the stomp again. He just needs one more, and he's actually got the crushing blow.
Yeah, I was going to ask if the crushing blow carries between rounds because he's already got 2. He's going to hold it. Oh, but okay, crushing blow's gone. Can't do it no more.
Oh, but it might not matter. This is going to be amplified into the bleed. And that means I think we're going to see a stomp here. Yep. Oh, okay, managed to get past it, but the chip should be it. No way to get around that. That is going to jail, and that is going to guarantee the win here for H-Dope in one of, still, I gotta say, the sickest matchups that we've seen on the Open Series ever. And you can just see how good both these players are at mixing up their options. The stomp started working in the very final game from H-Dope, but before they were just being punished so much. We saw the zoning start to come out at the end from Terminator, which is not something you very often see, but just the fact that it was able to stop the startup of the Dragon stance made it a good option. And overall, I think just a sick set. I mean, huge love to both of those players. I really hope we get to see both of them again. I mean, we're definitely going to see H-Dope, but I hope we get to see Serious Hitman again today, but he's going to have to fight pretty tough through that lower bracket. But man, yeah, this is, I mean, how sick is Shiva when you see Shivas that aren't just stomp, 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 stomp? I think easily one of the sickest characters.
I feel like this was just kind of the amplification of like what Shiva's about is the restand situation, because H-Dope got so much mileage out of the restand plus the Dragon stance. This is easily a Mortal Kombat 11 Shiva. This is not like a different Mortal Kombat Shiva, but yeah, there it is. There's that crushing blow you're talking about.
Oh, that was so good, and that was enough to win that round too. Yeah, I mean, so much mashup knowledge and like conversion knowledge and just awareness from both of these players. This was just a great showing from both of them of their respective characters, and I mean, that was really scary actually. Now that we see that spawn again, the fact that we did see the switch to spawn and then a loss, that could have been really the round that mattered if it just went back and forth and Serious Hitman won even just one more. But overall, the Shiva was just too much, and so H-Dope moving forward, setting up a possible rematch against his brother in the semifinals. We might see the I love my twin brother mirror again, but we're gonna have to see between Asadamasa and K-Top who comes out on top. And K-Top, we didn't get a chance to see last week, but just an unbelievable player who is just feeling unstoppable lately. And you know, a lot of players do choose Jackie. You know, a lot of people played Jackie since upgraded Jackie became very popular, but K-Top actually coming into the game a little bit later than when upgraded first showed up, so has, I think, kind of like a fresh mindset as far as the character goes, and has, in my opinion, some of the best setups, like Oki setups and knockdown situations and guaranteed chip setups alongside the damage over times on the ground that I've seen from literally any Jackie in the entire world. And there's a reason why he has won 3 of the past 5 events here in the Open Series from the European side. And so really the only ones that he didn't win were the ones that he wasn't actually at. So we'll have to see if anybody can stop K-Top. But on the other side, Asadamasa, I mean, almost nothing needs to be said, right?
Yeah, Asadamasa is one of the staples of the top 3, top 4 in the Open Series EU side, right? He just consistently makes that placing. It's kind of wild. It's really difficult to do that, especially in the EU Open Series, right? You have some of the best EU has to offer, consistently making top 3, top 4, and, you know, winning some of them emphatically sometimes. Like, not a whole lot needs to be said about Asadamasa's strength, and I believe the play itself is going to be able to speak for that in spades.
Yeah. Now, I guess one of the big storylines that may not come into play today, but more within the next, I would say, like month or 2 months or something like that, is that Asadamasa actually, and you mentioned this earlier too, the tweeted like maybe it's time for him to bring out a secondary, which is very, very weird because we see almost 100% Cetrion from Asadamasa, and I do know that his secondary previously was Shang Tsung. However, starting this off with at least the Cetrion, And it makes sense, of course. You know, like I said, using almost 100% Cetrion. Plus, this is a matchup that is definitely familiar with. However, K-Top has been a little bit of a difficult opponent for him in the past.
This is a matchup as old as time, a song as old as rhyme. This is just upgraded plus on both sides. It's basically just their best moves like put together. It's something we've seen so many times. It's something these both have seen so many times. I feel like personally there's going to be very little surprises outside of gigantic reads, right? You already see the air boulder specifically gone to for Asadamase to try and catch the bionic leap, but there is the flawless block counter.
Oh, and no, not quite a punish to the back two. I think maybe Asadamasa thought maybe that was going to connect, just barely at the tip. But Asadamasa really taking control so far. K-Top needs to find a little bit of footing, needs to find an opportunity to get in. But Asadamasa is already just playing so strong. And oh, actually, I don't know if I like that. Despite the fact that that was an extremely good punish, I think that it was possible to kill there without spending the 2-on-3 crushing blow, which is going to be really important in this matchup just because Jackie will be taking risks. And the damage out of Citron is normally not too high unless you use that crushing blow. So it's off the table now. Maybe not a terrible situation for K-Top, but still needs to find a way in, and that's it.
Yeah, Superman punch coming in all full force, gets the crushing blow. I wonder if he was not really worried about using the 2-1-3 crushing blow because of having to race Jackie and damage is super hard, right? Like you get put into the situation with the fire on you, and now you're just super far behind, right? So you just kind of take what you can get whenever you can get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely better safe than sorry, but here we go. One big hit. Just needs one more. Oh, okay, maybe not that one in particular, but just needs chip now. Fatal Blow is available, though, and we've seen K-Top so good at finding those hits into Fatal Blow when he needs to. Gets the leap, but he's just so far away. Oh, doesn't manage to punish him from the standing one.
H2 for it, and then, oh my goodness, that was a scramble.
That was. I honestly don't think that teleport in place was intentional. It might have been, but that was a very scary risk to bring out at that point, and I'm not sure what it was trying to accomplish. And so I think there's a good chance that was just like a down, up, and then holding some direction, which is, of course, the input for teleport. But I gotta say, Estimate's looking extremely clean today. This is, like I said, a matchup that he's had a lot of trouble with in the past, just because K-Top is one of the best in the business at finding the moments to get in. A super patient player, plays Jackie oftentimes almost like Jackie doesn't have the mobility that she does. Just playing safe, playing patient, finding one good moment, and then just running you over. Almost like a grappler player in a weird way. But today, it looks like Asadamasa says, you're not going to find those moments. I'm just going to barely outspace you, barely outtime you, which is going to make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, Asadamase at the very beginning of the first game showed exactly what he was planning to do. You notice he threw 3 air boulders in a row, basically telling K-Top just straight up like, hey, if you bionic leap at me, this is what's going to happen to you. And you saw very few bionic leaps from K-Top for a while, and then finally when the life deficit became too great, he started feeling like he had to bionic leap again, and then immediately the crushing blow came into play.
Yeah, and once again, well, actually, K-Top finding a lot of small little hits of damage here, but I was going to say Asadamasa keeping them up pretty well, but the damage does add up. And that's one of the big things about K-Top's playstyle is that he's so good at maximizing his damage constantly. When you see a lot of other Jackie players, upgraded Jackie players, you tend to say like, okay, her damage is okay. But when you see K-Top, it's literally like, oh yeah, you got hit twice, it's done.
I feel like I always talk about it, and I talk about it maybe a little bit too much, but racing this character in damage when she has offensive bar feels incredibly difficult for most characters in the game, especially for a Cetrion, I would say, because of the puddle. If the puddle can be applied, it's like impossible to race her in damage. She's just doing way more than you.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a tool that a lot of Jackie players are not using well enough just because they're not used to it from when they were just playing upgraded. They're basically essentially playing upgraded the same way that they always were, but K-Top extremely good at setting up those Oki situations. That was a beautiful leap. You're gonna go for maximum damage, unbreakable as much as possible, and 405 damage just for landing the perfect hit.
No, I have to ask something about Mortal Kombat, because this applies for other games for me. Does the damage that ticks down for like damage over time abilities, does that apply to the combo counter? Does that show?
That's actually, you know, I'm not 100% sure in Mortal Kombat 11. I think it does not. I don't think it actually adds the combo counter. I thought you were going to ask if it's scaled and I had an answer ready, but but I was like, wait a minute. I don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure not. I'll see the next time, because I think otherwise we would see gigantic combo counters from Jackie constantly. But K-Top...
Well, I meant the damage counter, not specifically. Yeah, it's just like, does it do...
Sorry. Yeah.
Like, because I was basically asking if that $400 or 400 damage combo did 500 damage technically, you know.
No. So the damage over time that's on you or on the ground does count in the combo, and it does get scaled as much as any current hit would be scaled. So once you get a little bit later on, it does actually make a difference. But as soon as you're out of the combo, then immediately the scaling stops. So for example, like if you do see the damage over time on the ground or on somebody and you see a throw, the throw will show how much extra damage it got. So we very often see 180 damage, 200 damage throws coming out of Jackie when there is the goo on the ground. But but I mean, hey, if anybody out in chat knows whether or not it actually adds to the hit counter, now I'm curious about that, because
I don't think it adds to the hit counter, because I didn't see the hit counter move. I was specifically talking about the damage counter.
All right, yeah, I think so too, because she ticks for a lot of damage. So we'd see like 83 hits or something like that. But anyway, we're in this set now, 1-1, and it looks like K-Top has finally found his footing, but Acid Amatsa is still, you know, did manage to get that first game, which is going to be a nice little pillow. Ooh, barely.
Almost, yeah, I was going to say that was Crushing Blow City for a second there. But there's the Bionic Leap, perfectly timed too. Going to be huge damage, not going to cash out, but you know, I mean, it's not like it's needed.
And I did confirm for myself that the damage over time does not add to the actual hits in the hit counter.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I thought not.
yeah. I never looked at that before. But here we go. Corner positioning. Oh, I say that as we immediately see the teleport. You know, I was talking about how good Terminator's teleport is, potentially tied with Setron's. One of the reasons is you can do it from the air and you can do the far version. Oh. Special grab escape failed. Not that it matters, but at least we see that there was an attempt at a tech, but tried to tech backwards, which makes a lot of sense because that would have switched positioning, but I think Acid Amatsa knew that.
Ooh, Hell's Wrath is going to be able to stop the Bionic Leap. It's not the Air Boulder is not the only tool that can be used for Cetrion to stop Bionic Leap, depending on the spacing. That was an Air Boulder, and K-Top is going to take complete advantage of that fact.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it right there. Acid Amatsa called out the jump 3 times in a row, then finally to the ground boulder, but the single time they did the ground boulder, it was jumped over, it was full conversion, no way to get out of that. And K-Top just knowing exactly how many times he can challenge things, and perfect, that was actually on a punish.
Yeah, I think the multiple jumps from K-Top is one of the staple like fighting game mentality things, is like, yeah, sure, you punished me 8 times, but will you expect me to do it a 9th, despite the fact that I've taken so much damage, right? And like, on paper, it sounds like a terrible idea because you've lost a bunch of health, right? But sometimes you only need 1 hit, and that's kind of what happened right there.
Yeah, I mean, he was reading the risk reward. He was seeing that when he was jumping, he was only getting punished by single hits of Hell's Wrath, and he could have taken like 3 more of those. But now, sitting in the corner, yeah, he's still taking damage over time. Gonna take a little bit more chip from this hit here, and K-Top is gonna be able to, actually, I was gonna say, should be able to find some way to set up some chip here, but maybe not. Teleport's always gonna be an issue.
And no matter what, you have to deal with that. There's no amplify on that, so kind of just gotta block with the throw. Okay, trying to make this comeback, not a lot of life. It's got Fatal Blow, though. It is full screen. Gotta watch out.
He's gonna land in it. Oh, and the trade. Very nice. And you can see that perfect patience from K-Top, where he was just waiting for the moments to be able to throw out the projectile, set up the damage over time on the ground, and just, he even like walked back a little bit so that Citron couldn't walk back past the puddle, and all of it just so smart. And K-Top is so good at closing these rounds out, but now he's taken 2 games straight, which is a definite momentum change after that first game that looked so dominantly in Acid Amatsa's favor.
I gotta harken back to what you mentioned at the very beginning of the set, is that K-Top is like more of a patient Jackie, whereas like you've seen a lot more movement from the other ones, and that's where it showed. That's where it shined. So that may just be the change up, because I don't feel like in the first game there was a ton of that patience. So it's a lot easier for Acid Amatsa to be able to just get those crushing blows that we saw from the first game. You know, we saw the air boulder, we saw the 2-1-3, and it was a lot easier because he was far too aggressive. And so maybe the patience is what's paying off here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's so much patience and finding those perfect moments. And we see a lot more dash punches even from K-Top than we see from a lot of other Jackies because, of course, in the Ultimate patch, which is really a long time ago now, but they made it unsafe, even on block, and it's duckable, of course. So there's a lot of ways to deal with it. But when K-Top knows that it's time, he knows that it's time. And we've seen quite a few times that he was correct on that.
Possible upper bracket life here for Asadamase, and I mean it's a good start for damage racing, right? He had the puddle on him and he was still getting a bunch of hits.
Yeah, K-Top's health bar really melting pretty quickly. There was a little bit of a discussion on Twitter about the overall damage of Cetron, whether it's high or low, because it kind of feels like both at certain times, but when the zoning game gets going, it's almost more damage than when she's doing combos. Just the chip damage is so significant, but great anti-air in the corner. That's going to be a full conversion. Going to get the restand, and the mix-up is 2-1, and just take some chip and back off.
I think that's why the overall damage is a lot lower in combos, is because you're very specifically restanding them for the mix-up afterwards, or restanding them to continue the pressure of zoning. And so you don't really get a whole lot outside of a crushing blow, right? But, oh, speaking of...
Yeah, I'm telling you, the dash punch timing on K-Top is probably the best of any player that I've ever seen. It's so weird, but he just knows the perfect moments. That was so nice. The far jump over into the jump again to punish an attempt at aggression. All of that from K-Top, just so clean and so intentionally set up.
Well, at the very least for K-Top, despite the fact that got anti-aired, he had the puddle up, so he, at least traded a little bit of damage. But now we are back into the Cetrion zone. Yeah, throwing a lot more ground boulders because he knows that Bionic bounce is probably not coming anymore after the first couple of games. But yeah, again, Superman punch, the timing.
Yeah, that one I think was actually a really good read. So that was a punish, but you have to read that there's not going to be an amplification on the Hell's Wrath. And I don't think K-Top has tried a single time. I don't really see him get hit by just the second hit of Hell's Wrath. However, that's going to be guaranteed chip death, and that is going to mean going to game 5 in the set. Asadamase, despite losing 2 games straight, definitely not out of it yet, and I love to see that. I mean, Asadamase, personally, I know there's a lot of people in chat that are not big zoning fans, but Asadamase, one of my favorite players too of all time in Mortal Kombat. I mean, the like mental fortitude, the ability to switch styles, the ability to actually commit to a zoning runaway play style when so many different Cetrions, they will, even when they have the chance to back up, they will still just go in and they'll try to enforce pressure, which of course does work, and we do see it work quite often. But I feel like just as far as like optimal mindsets, Asadamase easily up there.
Definitely feels like it. I only get to watch so much Mortal Kombat, but every time I get to watch an EU Open series, he feels like an unstoppable force, just breaking through every brick wall available to him.
Well, or more likely, I think he was trying to be the brick wall, right? That people
That's
just
fair.
can't
Yeah.
break through.
He is the immovable object.
Exactly. This is very much that matchup, though, of the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, and I guess going to game 5 makes a whole lot of sense for that, as we can answer the age-old question. But we'll see. I mean, he's literally a wall with natural barrier. Thank you very much for showing exactly what I was just trying to say a couple times in a row.
All right, so final game here, and the Bionic bounce is gonna hit before the boulder even can get tossed. Cash out. Look at the damage, and also the corner carry.
And setup. Look at that. Yeah, okay, great usage of interactable right there. That is a very difficult situation to get out of without that interactable. Oh, could have comboed from that actually, but it was a little bit higher up than he thought.
I don't think Asadamase is going to worry too much about it. Just kind of worried about getting away at the very least. But a wrong choice on the boulder throw is going to lead to about another 30% here. Almost 40. No way.
Standing 1 into fatal blow. That was the most confident read I have ever seen in my entire life. Didn't even go for standing 1-1 into it. That was a statement, and that is going to be first round to Asadamase after looking like it was pretty much game over. So sick is all I'm going to say.
I actually can't believe that. But okay, K-Top, taking that to heart.
Yeah, actually, the last hit of the 4-3-1 grab whiffed. I think it's a string, and that's really unfortunate. Loses a lot of Oki, and now cornering himself. Oh, and this is actually a pretty good spot. Like I was saying, you know, you could pressure right here. Acid and Matza going to back up and use the zoning advantage. Very few people as good at it. That must have been an accidental breakaway. That was a huge amount of defense bar spent. That means no possibility of big jumps. You can only do mid-range jumps, which is why you see him moving into the main kind of like mid-range space and why Acid and Matza is zoning so frequently. But that accidental breakaway might mean everything. You see, he just couldn't make it far enough.
Okay, Superman punch though. He's at least got in with the bionic bounce now.
Oh yeah, there is. Oh, he goes with a fatal blow. That's a really surprising choice for me. It is going to scale a tremendous amount. Plus, the fatal blow doesn't give any Oki, so actually ending in a normal ender might have been a little bit better here. That's going to give Asso some space. He's going to jump kick and a teleport to get even more space. No fatal blow available for anybody now. Life is even, and K-Top needs to find a way in. He's got one bar. He's got one chance to make it count, but not this time. Asso to Matza, especially with that conversion, just set the pace for that final round. And here's the friendship. Finally, after I feel like a very negative track record recently against K-Top, finally pulls off the win. But that standing one backwards into the fatal blow, that was a statement. That was so sick, so much confidence. And I feel like we saw the set just in general being played with a lot more confidence than usual from Acid and Matza, which is great to see. I mean, he has a lot of confidence, but constantly the U scene has been leveling up more and more. K-Top being one of them, and has just been a little bit of a roadblock. But not today, as Acid and Matza is going to prevent the twin mirror match from happening.
Oh man, I wanted to see the wholesomeness, but you know, Acid and Matza seems like a pretty wholesome guy himself. I've seen him talk on Twitter a couple times. He's very nice. I was like super surprised. You know, no, I'm so used to people being just ready to be like, yeah, I'm the best. What's good? And it's just like, no, like we're like, yo, hey, what's up, GG's, and it's funny too because like everybody hates the zoner players, and it's just like he's like the nicest man on the planet.
I know. It's you're like, I hate trying to get on you, but you're being so nice to me. But yeah, I mean, I think Azamat is a great player and a really good like role model too, just in general, like scene leader, everything about it. Just a really good person to have in the scene. So I'm always going to be rooting for him in some aspect. Of course, pretty much everybody that we have here in the bracket today are players that I want to root for. So I'm just thankful to all of them for giving me such good matchups constantly. But yeah, it's nice to see the storyline kind of changing, where Acid and Matza yet again finally finding the answer against K-Top. But that means that he's going to be moving on now to fight the second brother in a row in the semifinals. And we do have a little bit of an off-stream update where Mercer defeated Progresh to make it one step further in the lower bracket, as K-Top and Serious Hitman are going to fight each other.
Oh man.
That was grand finals 2 weeks ago. And that's first round in the lower bracket. That is unbelievable to see that early.
That one of them is going 0-2. Grand finals 2 weeks ago. That's wild. But all right, so it's going to be Mirko and Do Basic versus H Dope and Asadamase on the other side of that winner's bracket.
Yep, but of course, if you all want to sign up yourself for events like this, be sure to go to compete.playstation.com, because you can always make a big name for yourself. I mean, a lot of these players either didn't do that. I mean, look, let's just even look at K-Top, you know, who we just saw lose, but you can see just how good of a player he is. Didn't even really start placing until the previous maybe 2 months, and it's just never too late. Serious Hitman even hasn't been placing with Terminator until the past even this month. So be sure to sign up yourself. Very easy. You sign up with your PlayStation, use it all from your PlayStation. Sign up with your PlayStation ID, do the tournaments from your PlayStation. There we go, a little bit more clear. But just go check it out yourself. It's very, very simple, very easy. There's no risk at all. But while we set up our upper bracket semifinals matches that we're going to be moving to, I'm so excited for those. We are going to be taking a very short break, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back with more Mortal Kombat 11 action after this.
gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Just a scratch.
One more hit, but the neutral jump again. Look at this, 507 damage. Oh my.
Run away. Quit lagging.
It's ripping him in half.
Hey, welcome back to the EU PS4 Tournaments Open Series for MK11. We just got done with the first round of matches, and it only gets better from here. I'm joined by Wonder Chef, as always. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, I'm super glad that you're here. We've been super lucky to get a bunch of really good matches over this week and I guess the week 4 of March. So yeah, like you said, it's only going to get better from here, as everybody in this tournament that is left has, I think, won an open series. No, actually, H-Dope is the only one here who has not won an open series, but is absolutely capable of it. And I don't think he's won one, but I'm surprised that he hasn't, quite frankly, as you can see, already moving forward in the bracket. But he's going to be taking on Sotomatsu a little bit later on, because the first matchup that we're going to be getting to in the semifinals is going to be Mirko and Dubasic, which was the grand final that we got to watch last week. And then actually, just a fun little factoid for people out there who didn't hear us before the break, is that the first lower bracket match, or I guess the second lower bracket match, but in the first round, was the grand finals from 2 weeks ago. So just even within the second round of the tournament, we're already seeing multiple grand finals matches from the past play out, and that just shows what a ridiculous day it is today.
Yeah, the fact that 2 of the grand finalists from 2 weeks ago have a chance to go 0-2 at this point, like, if that doesn't speak to the bracket's like strength right now, I don't know. Well, maybe Mirko versus Dubasic might, right? Maybe watching this. So this was a matchup that we got to watch 3 days ago, that Mirko sat down and really figured out how to pick apart Cabal, and then they met up in the upper bracket final, grand final actually, and we saw Dubasic go to the Jade, and then things started getting real different. It didn't seem like Mirko had like the same level of control and understanding of how to fight the character as he did versus Cabal, right? It got a lot closer.
Yeah, well, it does look like we are going to be seeing the Cabal pick again, which is pretty surprising to me. Now, it was weird because it didn't really feel like it was necessarily like a character issue, but the fact that Mirko just was able to 100% control the pace of the match. So maybe there's a chance that we saw Dubasic go back and like look at the footage and say, okay, hold on, why was I being so impatient? Why was I doing these raw spins from full screen? Why don't I just, patiently make my way in, take the corner, etc. But we're at the very least going to see an attempt again at the Cabal against the Scorpion.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing the adaptations here, because he just went straight to Cabal, right? Like, there was no Jade option in his mind. It was bing bang boom right on Cabal, when despite the fact that matchup did not go so well for him in grand finals and in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and let's remember that this isn't like we're like, oh yeah, last week this happened. This was like 3 days ago. So this is a very, very recent matchup that we saw, and so the adaptations are going to be pretty fresh in their mind. But so far, Mirko, again, looking pretty defensive. He's just walking back, trying to get outside of this normal range that Cabal is usually so oppressive in. But okay, setting up the spirit. Yep, just the walk back. Here it is again.
Yeah, and then just, when am I going to do teleport? Is it going to be the teleport cancel that time? You never know.
I can't believe he just did raw teleport. That was a really weird choice, but it worked. I'm surprised he didn't at least amplify it if that was the attempt. Maybe he tried to cancel and messed up, but it worked.
No, dude, I swear, in 3 days ago, he did raw teleport like beautifully almost every time. And oh my goodness, look at the patience.
Oh no. Okay, he's not going to spend the crushing blow, which is smart. We've actually seen how that can negatively affect you later on. But fatal blow now for Dubasic. Just needs one more hit. This is staying pretty even.
I think Dubasic is matching the patience is the idea here.
Yeah, that last match that we saw was so active between K-Top and Asadamata, and this one is so slow and patient. All right, the grab, there's only 5 seconds left. I don't think this is enough. There's going to be one more hit. The down 4 is going to do it. That was very close to getting to time in a matchup where neither of these characters usually you expect to really go to time.
No, this is like one very high damage variation Cabal, and then it's Scorpion, so he's already doing a ton of damage, and he's got the mix-up ready. But the flawless block, okay.
Oh, and he's spending all the bar on this. That was a really interesting way to end it. That was actually really cool. It was clearly intentional, but just not one that I expected to work, so that's cool.
Yeah, just a bit too far away for any normal ender. Again, the armor break, and again, do not spend the crushing blow to have it for just a bit later.
I'm actually surprised he didn't spend it there, because that would have been a lot of damage in this final potential round, and it is definitely the final round now, as we can see. He did not end up spending it, which still leads me to believe that maybe that was the time, but he just clearly didn't need it, and so already looking a lot more comfortable than he was in the, I guess you could say, the upper bracket finals of last week, which is 2 sets ago. Regardless, the fact that he took a game already looking good.
Yeah, I think matching the patience from Mirko is really important, because when Mirko was being patient 3 days ago, it was getting a lot of mileage out of the fact that Dubasic was not being privy to the fact that he was being patient and just reacting to whatever Dubasic would go to, right? So when he would get impatient and he would start to come at Mirko, that was exactly what Mirko wanted in all avenues. And you would notice that he would react to everything with a teleport. He would be able to catch him with any sort of mix-up because he would like try to walk forward and he would then down back or something like that, right? It would be just all in Mirko's favor because he got impatient. But this entire time you saw Dubasic was willing to just wait. He would walk up, shimmy, back up, nothing would happen, and he'd be completely content with absolutely nothing happening as long as it meant that he didn't take any of the risk.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact that he knows that he is going to be able to get so much damage. And so the opportunities that he did find, he cashed out on them completely. Luckily, we haven't seen those drops that we saw earlier in the day. And the set that he did manage to still win, but it looks like he's a little bit more warmed up. Whoa! Oh, big weird whips from both players. I mean, the down 2 was obviously a clear read, but I'm not sure why we saw the standing 3. That was clearly in some sort of misinput, speaking of execution errors. But could have got a lot more damage there.
Okay. Throw is teched here, so that's gonna be free burning spear off the forward 3-4, which is really important for Mirko's damage. But here it is. Okay, so when is the teleport coming and what is it gonna be? It was actually gonna be the standing 4, but unfortunately not at the right spacing.
Oh yeah, and this is a scary position being in the corner here, but Mirko knowing exactly how to fight out, and just by the nature of this matchup, I feel like the corner means very little, considering how many tools both characters have to get out. Great conversion. Is he going to spin the bar? He is. The breakaway a little bit late.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous set, too, that Mirko was completely willing to walk himself into the corner because he is Scorpion, right? He can just teleport out. But that's not going to matter at this point. Teleporting out is not going to be effective if you cannot get out of Dubasic's pressure, which we know to be the bread and butter, you know? Like, sure, he's being patient this entire time, but it's being patient into the position of being able to get to that spot where Dubasic is normally at his strongest.
Yeah, and I mean, especially in this matchup, in this variation matchup too, it's so scary to spend a teleport cancel nice, but because you use all of your defensive bar, which means that you just cannot break. And okay, speaking of breaking, there we go. You see how important it was there.
And no defensive bar for either player now.
Defense is for chumps. It's all about combos.
I mean, if you look at these 2 characters, you would think that, right?
I know. Oh, great conversion, and this is going to be big damage in the corner. Speaking of big combos, big knockdown. Fatal Blow is still available. Maybe just one more hit can confirm the win for Dubasic, but he's going to have to find it first.
It's going to have to be a very important hit. He can't allow it to scale before the Fatal Blow's activation, but here's the mix-up pressure, and he has been staggering so much, and because Dubasic is taking chip damage on the normals and has so little health, it becomes scary, and he wants to jump out, which was exactly what Mirko was preying upon.
Yeah, 2-1 into 1-1 as a cool little like anti-jump out conversion. That was pretty sick out of Mirko, but raw teleport again. I don't know how he's so confident and good at landing those. That's scary.
Well, I feel like, honestly, it's legit. It seems like react. Okay, up until that moment, I thought for sure it was all reaction. and then that happened.
Yeah, well, regardless, some unsafe stuff coming out from both players, some big risks as it's getting a little bit later into this set. And finally, the low for the first time, but doesn't have the meter to convert off of it. At the very least, gets the corner. It is going to be a little bit more difficult for Cabal to get out of the corner against Scorpion than it is for Scorpion to get out against Cabal. At the very minimum, you can try to maybe bait it with a teleport, but yet again, we see Scorpion in the corner. Has the defensive bar if he wants to try to teleport cancel out. Oh, Wisp, you need to cancel that super late, otherwise the teleport goes under just like it did. What?
I see.
That was such a weird risk. I don't know what he was trying to catch there. Maybe that was an execution error. Maybe he was going for a forward 4, but raw jump 2 into raw Nomad Dash was a weird choice, and that's going to let Mirko tie things up.
I feel like that's actually like a common input issue if it's like, because like when it's like down forward or down back attack specifically, you usually get that a lot when you're trying to like do a jump in and then you try to do like a back 4 or a forward 4, right? And then you get your down back one instead.
Yeah, I don't actually know exactly what he could have been going for there. Also, did I just do another Mortal Kombat 9 thing again? I think it's back forward 3 is the Nomad Dash in this game, right?
Is it?
I don't know what happened. I played Mortal Kombat 9 for like 1 hour last night, and my entire brain reverted to 10 years ago. Like I can remember every single character's being in that game, and I can't even remember inputs in this game anymore. That is wild. But regardless, yeah, I still think that was probably maybe an input error or some sort of just absolutely wild read, and whatever it was, it did not work out. And so we are going to still see the return to the same Cabal, same variation of Cabal. I don't think we're going to see any move switches. I think if we do see a switch, it's going to be to Jade. However, I think it's pretty smart to commit to the Cabal at this point because it's looking as close as it can be.
If we saw a move switch, I think it'd be closer on Mirko's side, to be honest. It'd be very specifically like you would take away maybe Burning Spear and you would replace it with something else, but I don't know. Oh, great breakaway at the time right there. It's going to be able to stop the Nomad Dash.
All right, and the grabs that really haven't been coming out all that much from Mirko, but one thing that he loves to do is switch around how much he grabs and how much he pressures during the set. So he's already conditioned you, and he takes advantage of it.
He feels like a very unpredictable player on offense. It's I mean it's obviously one of the really important strengths, but okay, well, it wasn't crushing blow, so that was really lucky for New Basic, but that will be.
Oh, no conversion at all. Didn't want to lose the corner there, so he's just going to let it go. But not going to matter. He's going to get the corner back, I guess, technically, but he's going to lose the round for it. And yeah, a lot of crushing blows gone now, too. I actually thought that spear was going to be a crushing blow earlier, so I'm a little bit surprised by that. Ooh.
Oh. Slight cast, full conversion here. He's going to get the corner back. And that's going to even up the life totals, but the instant jumping kick.
Yeah, that was a very late slight cast to start off that whole exchange. I love that. He like jumps back all the way right before he lands. Suddenly, It's almost like it's a ground dash. And yeah, great reversal.
That's one of those just like I've played against Scorpion flawless blocks, right?
Ooh, nice. Again, that was like not even necessary, but he went for one of the furthest like wall carry options to end that, just because he's so ready for, oh yeah, I'm about to win. They're restanded. I know exactly how much life they have. I'm going to go as far as I possibly can to get that corner advantage. But oh, here we go. This is looking a lot more like the first set that they had.
Well, he hasn't had a chance to go to like the patient walk back, right? And that's one of the things that I was wondering if maybe the No Man's Dash was trying to bait out, was like him walking back, because you notice when he's walking back, he's not like walking back and guarding. He's just kind of like stepping back.
Yeah, it's true. That's probably why we saw the Nomad Dashes, but it's just like, it's a little bit slow, and I think against Mirko, who was shown that he's literally probably one of the best at reactions in the entire game, you don't want to try to test that, right? That's something unsafe, too, like Nomad Dash.
Got the corner pressure. Okay, so yeah, that instant jump kick has been paying off so much for Mirko. I can't blame him for going for it, especially if you can whiff cancel it, right? But there's the back throw, and that's gonna do it there for Mirko. 2-1 now. We may be seeing a game 5. I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah, I mean, if they go back and forth like they have been, then it's definitely a game 5 situation. But I love that choice at the end there. I just want to talk about it a little bit. Going for the back throw, just because even when you're in like a life or death situation like that, where either throw is going to kill, oftentimes when you're in the corner, you don't really have a lot of time to like intentionally make a decision about which direction you tech. And so naturally, often you're going to want to tech the throw that would throw you into the corner, because if you get out of the corner, you're like, okay, I took a throw, but I'm out of the corner. However, that situation, obviously, you die either way, and there just might not have been enough time to say, okay, let's make this choice, let's be intentional. It's literally like a few frames, so good call by Mirko on how to end that. But we're going to see the Cabal again. It's look, he's hanging here a little bit. I think I'd like to see the Cabal again, personally.
It's definitely not doing terrible. I can say that for sure. It's not like when, because remember when he switched to Jade, it was still, he was running into that issue of Mirko's patience before, and now it doesn't seem like the case. Mirko hasn't really been able to go to that game plan super often anymore. And I mean, like at the very end of that last round, sure, he was able to bring it back, right? But okay, so it is Cabal. We are sticking with the Cabal.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah, like you said, the Jade and the Cabal last week were both looking a little bit, I don't want to say like lost, but it was not a comfortable situation for him to be in either way. Just Mirko was controlling the pace, but the Cabal this time I think is looking a lot better. He's able to stick on him a lot more. Like that last game was the first time that we really saw that, like backdash, 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 like wave backdashing, and as long as things don't really get out of control like that last match, just at the end, I think he'll be doing okay here, and he can bring it to a game 5.
Hard to not be out of control when Scorpion's staring you down in the face. I feel like.
I know, especially Mirko. I mean, Mirko making this character look so good. Big jump kick, but yeah, that was super early of a jump kick. Plus, I think it was flawless block, so it's probably punishing the down one. Hard to see.
Oh, gonna get that amplifier right there. Oh, wow, okay. He tried to down to it. He tried.
Went for the anti-breakaway read right there. You're not going to be able to really stop breakaways with your armor breaker with Scorpions. Back 3, still one of the slowest armor breakers in the entire game, and often they can just break by themselves. But went for the down 2, and that's a big conversion. I have zero call whether it's going to kill or not.
I think he's dead.
It's close. All right, it's definitely enough. Yeah, that was more than I thought it would be. That was still quite a few hits before that for it to do that much damage, but I think it did just barely kill. However, to basic, fully well knowing how much damage a combo is going to do. Otherwise, that would have been a tough cash out because he was pretty low too, and that does not give you Oki. Oh, but finally catches one of those teleports unblocked, and here we go, big combo.
Too slow.
I mean, wow, look at like 40% of your life.
I know, for one bar too. He didn't even have the second bar, I don't think.
Oh, now he's stuck in the corner at this point. Oh, but the instant jump over. Interesting. Guess he just wasn't ready for the option right there. Too Basic is now finding himself in the corner versus Mirko. And there's the low.
Oh, and there's the overhead. And
oh, no.
That should be it if he spins a bar. Oh, he built the bar just a little bit too slow. I think he actually could have gone for Spear at the end there and closed that out, but at least he's confident in this corner, keeps him there. Now it's match point for Mirko.
Yeah, well, now he has both bars, right? So I think that kind of ends up being like really big because he can go into this just as strong as Too Basic. And I mean, if he's able to find his way out of this corner, especially with the down ones. Oh, but the pressure.
Oh, good patience on defense, though. And the forward 4 into Spear. Again, that's a read to try to call out a flawless block. But if the forward 4 hits, then it's just a win-win situation, and you take those. But didn't get a whole lot of damage out of it. And now Too Basic is going to control this corner. Is that the back throw? No, that's the forward throw. It's really hard to tell with Cabal.
I'm pretty sure the forward throw is always that spin, and then the back throw is one where he does the run, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then he slams you. Oh, big...
Oh.
No defensive bar. This is going to be a ton of damage into another crushing blow, double crushing blow. That is altogether about 500 damage, including this damage over time at the end. And now he just needs one more solid hit. Any clean hits.
There's the throw escape too. That's going to make it really hard for Too Basic. Try to use the slight glass. Another throw escape. He just knows which one it is. Teleport's coming out and he's got a last breath. That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
He had no other way to be defensive after that. He used all of his bar to try and save himself. And Mirko did not care.
Yeah, both of those throw techs at the end were gigantic. I mean, the defense from Mirko is like unparalleled in the European Open Series. It's just impossible to open this man up. And yeah, there was 2 dash forward grabs, and it's not like they were even like ducked. They were teched correctly, which is still even within itself a 50-50. But despite having some opportunities, Too Basic just, I mean, like everybody else, just hasn't been able to fully open up Mirko. And so that means that Mirko is going to be the first player to make it into the upper bracket finals. But, you know, I think honestly this time it was looking so much closer than the first set that we had from between them last week in this matchup, which actually I think was actually a Game 5 set. But I feel like the gameplay overall in this one was closer because the adaptation didn't happen until late in that set the previous time. And to Basic, when he had a chance, he was taking advantage of it. He was landing absolutely maximum damage, which of course is going to be really important to this variation. And it seemed like he just had a little bit more of a read on how to not let the runaway game get started. But no matter what you do, if your opponent just blocks right, techs right, it's going to be hard to open them up.
Yeah, that's the wild part, is like the big determining factor of the previous time Days 2 played was the runaway, the patience from Mirko. And then when that came into play this time, it was immediate. Dubasic was immediately ready for it, and he had an idea of how to combat it as well. And it became more of a non-factor, if anything. And for whatever reason, Mirko was like, okay, well, I can just flip the switch and now I'm playing a different style and it's fine. Like, I don't need to use this. This just so happened to be very good the last time.
Yeah, and so we're going to see Mirko move forward. K-Top is actually 3-1 ahead over Serious Hitman, so that means that he's going to be playing against Dubasic in the lower bracket off stream. Again, a ridiculous match to actually have to be played off stream, but again, that's what happens when every single player in the bracket is as good as they are. And funny enough, you know, K-Top 2 weeks ago actually got knocked into the lower bracket in the very first game of the day, and then managed to make it all the way back to win the entire bracket. And so he's going to have to do that again if he wants to, but we'll see if he does at least make it one more match so that we can see him on stream again, because right now we have to move to the other side of the upper semifinals, where we are going to see if Asadamazza can set up a double Italian upper bracket finals, as he's going to go up against H-Dope in a matchup that I'm sure it's happened, but I don't remember exactly how it went.
Oh, I mean, it only matters today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like your last matchup can be nothing if you've made proper adaptations regardless. So it matters today, and it matters about getting the prize pool here in the monthly finals. So H-Dope, Asadamase, I don't know what the chat thinks, but I am very curious. They probably are going to go for H-Dope because everybody hates zoners. I'm just betting right now.
I mean, but also generally a lot of people really dislike watching Shiva, but that's just in general. This is H-Dope Shiva, totally different, super hyped to watch. So we'll see what the chat actually chooses. Definitely Asadamase has overall had a better record, and wow, 92%. That is actually really surprising. But like I said, you know, Asadamazza, many time champion in the Open Series. H-Dope, the only player left in today's bracket that has not won one yet. However, we did see a new champion in North America last week, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, later today. But there's always a chance for somebody new to finally make their mark. And I don't think H-Dope's won. Maybe he did, but I'm pretty sure he's never won. There's just been so many weeks. It's always hard to keep track. But the big question, I think, in this matchup is going to be, who is H-Dope going to use? Because obviously there is a very high chance that we are going to see the Shiva, but we've already seen a switch out of him today, and he does have a lot of other characters. And despite how good Dragon Stance is, Cetrion is still always going to be the zoning master. So getting your actual Dragon Stance shenanigans started or getting in could be a tough call. You might have to make some stomp reads. It could overall just be very punishing and a very difficult match where you need to make more reads correctly than a lot more correct than incorrect. So we could see some other option, although I really don't know who it should go to.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how like the Earthquake could just completely demolish any Dragon Stance shenanigans from at least full screen, right? Yeah. Other than that, you kind of just have to go to like down one to interrupt, but you have to react to that, and it's kind of weird. Could we see like a different variation just based on not wanting to Dragon Stance? Like, you know, maybe just go to the enhanced Dragon Drop instead or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, it is possible. We've seen H-Dope look very comfortable in using just like the normal mix-ups involved with Queen's Punishment, and even without actually having to use the the Dragon Stance for like threatening that chip, which of course, you know, you having Dragon Stance and having the spin both add on to that pressure like scenario, and it gives you more things to think about. So it maybe makes you think like, oh, like maybe I don't even have to worry about the low, and then you do have to worry about the overhead low. But overall, shown that he is competent at using just that alone. So potentially maybe using some like alternative options could work. Maybe like using, for example, you could use the enhanced drag and drop, like you said. You could use the unblock. There's a variation called Forcetrion. All right, so
I'm a fan. Okay, so we got Dragon Stance. We have, it looks like enhanced drag and drop, and then I assume the other one would just be Queen's Punishment, right?
Maybe it could also be the like unblockable stomp, because that can actually jump over the earthquake, I know, in this matchup, but I guess we'll see. Let's see. Queen's Punishment and
I was right.
Okay, you were right. Yeah, so we are going to see this very clearly. You know, I'd have to guess designed to fight Cetrion. Just taking a wild guess here. No real proof.
You think?
Yeah, that does mean that definitely there is a game plan in place. So let's see if H-Dope can pull it off. Oh, immediately with the teleport. Great read from Asadamasa.
Yeah, you can have all the tools on paper to be able to fight a particular character, but you have to be able to execute those things, right? The execution matters just as much as being able to have them. And so picking the right time for that enhanced drag and drop is going to be really important. And that's one of them. And oh, he's got another offensive bar too, so the debuff is applied. That's really good versus Cetrion too, since she wants to get away from you. She's going to move a lot.
Yeah, of course, you know, can just kind of fight from the corner. Nice. That's 3 stomps. That's going to be... Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's 2.
Blow.
It's 2. It's 2.
Oh, okay. That was just 2 then. Yeah, so...
I'm watching.
All right, so that is going to set up the crushing blow at least, though. And H-Dope has taken the lead so far. Little short hop. Oh.
Okay, it's gone.
Away.
Crushing blow gone.
Yeah, that was a great option. Great choice right there. That would have been potentially death, or at least really close to it. But Asadamasa again, Hell's Wrath becoming a less and less enticing option here, as it's been, I feel like, on reaction stomped a lot. Oh, and there's another one.
Okay, well, I mean, not gonna have the life to be able to get around it, but also not gonna have the life to be able to get around Dragon Stance. H-Dope. Oh, the timings on those dragon drops.
Yeah, I mean, so again, you know, we talk a lot about how there are Shivas that will just go for dragon drops. There's the crushing blow. And oftentimes it's like stomp into stomp into stomp into stomp. But, you know, we see this not necessarily as an attempt to actually just do that, but more as an attempt to counter zone Cetrion, which clearly is working. And oftentimes what the stomp sets up is the dragon stance, which we're going to see right here. Oh no, we're going to see a little pressure and the dragon stance. So I love this usage of it as a counter zoning tool, which is really, I think, what it's designed for.
It's if that's what you want it to be designed for, that's definitely what it's being used for. So.
Oh, and again, that 1-1-4 scary options. It's very unsafe on block. What is this? Jab, 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 jab.
It's working real well. Like, if it ain't broke.
That's it.
Oh no, mix up time. Yeah, fatal blow.
And I think this anti-Cetrion variation is working out. I mean, so far it has been 100% correct almost on those stomps. I don't think we've seen a single one punished so far. Only maybe 2 out of like 8 have been avoided. So I do think, I mean, it's not even just that like it was like raw and then he just guessed wrong and avoiding it. It's like a bunch of them punishing Hell's Wrath, some of them punishing boulders. So overall, just the timing for choosing when to use that stomp has been dead on. So I think that we're going to see a little bit more of an adaptation in this next game, where Asadamasa maybe is going to play a little bit more of like a patient game, a lot less like committing to Hell's Wrath, a lot less committing to Boulder, maybe try to pressure a little bit more, take advantage of the fact that Cetrion can do that also. Just not going to be caught out, I don't think, with quite as many anti-zoning stops.
Dang, we were talking about how weird it would be for Shiva to even get started, but it's not on the Dragon Stance a lot of the time. Dragon Stance is a pressure tool rather than like what it would be normally used for too.
Yeah, I mean, also just the fact that, you know, a stomp or an amp stomp in particular gives you such perfect spacing and like just the perfect amount of like Oki advantage to be able to guarantee yourself the chip from a dragon stance. So it's almost like it makes each stomp do that much more damage, which is something we're seeing a lot. But wow, immediately went to the dragon stance, not the right call. And Asadamasa is going to be pressuring a lot more, I'd have to say, as this is looking like Johnny Cage Cetrion so far.
yo, Cetrion with shades. legs. The shade crushing blow.
Oh, that would be disgusting. Right. All right, Stomp gets out of the corner. Okay, doesn't get out of the corner. Sorry.
Ooh, no amplify on the natural barrier either. But wow, was actually able to get away.
He backed up. Did you see that? He was like, okay, hold on a minute, and he like took like one micro step back, did standing 4, and then went into the interactable just to make sure that he had the right spacing for it. But that was very smart because otherwise I don't think he would have been able to kill. And also he saved the 2-on-3 crushing blow this time, which is already paying off. He gets the armor break, no more defensive bar, and I mean the Johnny Cage thing was a joke, but it's looking pretty real here.
On top of that, he's using Hell's Wrath to specifically bait out the drop. The dragon drop, and it's working out beautifully on top of the natural barrier crushing blow thanks to the amplify.
Yep, absorbing the projectile, and again a punish. So many punishes. You can see exactly why. Okay, here we go. Another punish. Okay, that was a lot of punishes on stomps, but you can see why the pure stomp playstyle often does not work at the highest level, because you have players like Acid Amatsa who are going to punish it way more often than not, get absolute maximum damage, and make you pay for trying. But just the fact that, you know, again, I don't think those are necessarily like just I'm going to throw out a stomp and I'm just going to hope that you guess wrong on the defensive option. I think those were mostly reads on projectiles or some sort of like commitment from Acid Amatsa that just did not pay off, because Acid Amatsa clearly was like, whoa, hold on. Like, I see now where you're trying to stomp. I see where you're trying to counter zone me, and I'm just changing up my style completely. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we did end up seeing a lot less stomps and maybe some different attempt here now from H-Dope.
Well, like, how often, I should say, how often have we seen him steer the stomp to specifically be in the range that he thinks he's going to backdash or forward dash into? I don't know if we've seen it be steered yet. It feels like it's been specifically the homing stomp and not any of the enhanced portions of it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I do think you're right that it's mostly just been like just normal spacing, and I think that is because he is trying to make the read on those projectiles, and when you do, if you steer it, then you're just going to whiff and you're going to get punished anyway. So I think it shows that he's committing to the read, but then that also makes you wonder, like, why even take enhanced drag and drop if you're not going to be trying this out? Why not just take the spin so that once you're inside, you're that much scarier?
You know, now that I think about it, it's probably because of that first game, right? Acid Amatsa very specifically went to so many enhanced Hell's Wraths, right? That it seems like it was really easy for him to just do regular drag and drop and get away with it in 90% of situations. Whereas, okay, there was a slight steer there, but it was unfortunately not enough.
Oh, and lands the low. Also, I want to point out that you just said enhanced drag and drop, or enhanced Hell's Wrath, which means that you also made a Mortal Kombat 9 reference.
I'm sorry.
Amplified this game. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who made a Mortal Kombat 9 reference today. It's okay. It's super hard to
You're rubbing off on me.
you know how many times I've said meter burn in this game, which is just not in this game like at all. It's unbelievable that every single game there's a different name for spinning bar. But oh, I love that call. I love that Fatal Blow call out. Honestly, if that had been just one raw barrier and it hadn't been amplified, that would have been death. That would have been over. But you got to make a risk at a time like that, and there's the guided stomp, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, that was I really do like that Fatal Blow decision. It was just unfortunately time. Okay, this time just believing in it.
Yeah, I mean, had that Fatal Blow like not been attempted right there, it was pretty much going to be death based on chip alone. So at the very least, he's going to hold on to it for this round. But Acid Amatsa again looking in pretty strong control. However, being zoned out by Shiva right now. Oh,
got him.
Yeah, that was the perfect timing.
Okay, mix up city.
It's so funny watching people just get hit by the second hit of that big like head bonk, but you know it's because they're afraid of the low. It just looks like, why did you stop blocking there?
It's always the mix-up. Everybody always thinks it's like, oh, it's so easy, don't worry about it, and then they get mixed.
Oh yeah, it is actually one of the scariest things. Not a very fast startup normal, but the fact that she uses her advantage from zoning and counter zoning to use it is big, and that's a big punish. There's no defensive bar. Had that not been dropped, that might have been it, but now this is scary, and H-Dope has that Fatal Blow because of the whiff one in the first game, the first round, but yeah, it's not going to matter. Raw barrier Maybe Fatal Blow through it would have been cool, but I don't think it actually lowers. I think the armor lowers damage slightly. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I made that up in my head. But regardless, Asadamasa is going to take game 3. And is going to go up in the set. So I don't know if this variation is working out quite as much as he wanted. Again, I really still think that the way that he's using Stomp is so good, but it would be good even without the amplified Dragon Drop. So I almost feel like you might as well just go your normal variation.
It's interesting to think about because, like, I feel like on paper, all these tools make sense. They're all proper to fight Cetrion. And of course, H-Dope thinks the same, because otherwise he wouldn't have named it for Cetrion, and he wouldn't have like come up with it specifically for that. However, like, the execution is really, really difficult when you also have to specifically read the opponent's tendencies, and Asadamasa is making that really hard. Asadamasa has been mixing it up just enough that, like, is it gonna be amplified Hell's Wrath, or is it gonna be just regular Hell's Wrath and then start moving? And then if he starts moving, is it gonna be forward dash or back dash? Like, I don't know which way to Dragon Drop at this point.
Yeah, no, honestly, even without using any sort of special tools to deal with the Stomp, Asadamasa has been extremely good at countering it. Like I said, a really high success rate of not only avoiding it, but also punishing it. It's really rare. Oftentimes we see people avoid it and then not get the full punish, or, just not avoid it in the first place. So let's see if he can do it again. Oh, a little bit slow on it. Right as I said it, of course, he avoided it and then didn't punish it.
Well, and now he's got to play the uphill battle. Boulders falling from the sky at this point. Nice use of the full string to be able to get away. That's one of my favorite things in fighting games that have the ability to whiff cancel strings, is using them as a movement option.
Yeah, it's really funny to see that, especially when it just looks like they're running away by like swinging in the other direction. Oh, the crushing blow. Yeah, that's one that we're gonna see a lot in this matchup. I mean, we already have, and we would continue to if this goes any further. But right now, Asadamasa looking like he really wants to close out the set in this third game or fourth game.
Oh, it's looking real difficult right now. Okay, that's one stomp though. Oh, it did not catch the roll, only at 2% of your life at this point. Another stomp's gonna help out at the very least, but now you're out of offensive bar. There it is, catching the roll.
Oh no, he just did 2-1-2. That must have been a mistake. I mean, I know there wasn't really any defensive bar, but that doesn't give you any Oki at all. There's got to be some better option pretty much always to try to get at least more damage or better Oki after that. So Asadamasa now on match point, gonna avoid again, just barely out of range, but the 2-3 is gonna counter hit. That is not how he wanted that to work, but you know what, we take those.
Absolutely. That's really important for him being able to just continue this lead and just get back into that zoning situation. And I mean, look, the floor is not lava, but it is earthquakes at this point.
Yeah, you almost wish it was lava, and at least then it wouldn't be like destroying you from below. You just instantly die. But
I mean, like, do you wish it's lava if Hell's Wrath is basically just lava, right? Like, it's like the same thing at this point.
I guess so. At least, okay, all of the lava moves she has are less safe than the rock move. So maybe you do want lava, because at least you can punish lava. But here we go. Just needs one more solid hit, and
no way!
I did not realize that was going to hit so high in the air, and that really shows you how good the timing has been on all of H-Dope's stomps, especially in that very first game, because apparently Amplified Hell's Wrath can actually anti-air stomp, and yet he just managed to avoid it barely every single time. But that is a cool way to close out that set.
Wow, I was not expecting that in the slightest, because we had actually seen Stomp very specifically hitting Amplified Hell's Wrath multiple times, but I guess if you delay long enough, or if the Stomp comes out just a bit too early, that's when things start to be a bit dicey. Because if you look at the animation of Hell's Wrath, the laser beam is above her head. So I guess it makes sense that there's a hitbox up there. It's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I think it's a super specific timing to just be able to land that, and it just did happen to get that at like the very moment that H-Dope needed it to not do that the most. But you do see, like, for example, like the hitbox above the head, oftentimes when you throw the boulder, that's something I've seen against Stomp, is that sometimes if it's punishing somebody throwing a boulder, you'll just land in the boulder instead. Or we just see a lot of really big hitboxes boxes basically for everything that Cetrion has. So I want to say I'm surprised at the situation, but I'm not surprised that the interaction is possible at all. And regardless, one way or another, H-Dope did a good job of showing off the fact that he had a game plan. Yeah, there it is again. Oh, it almost looks like a combo from that. I need to go test that after this. But showed a good game plan against Cetrion. Regardless, is going to be knocked down into the lower bracket, and that means that our upper bracket finals are going to be set up to be the Italian kind of like classic matchup. You know, both of the best players in Italy facing off, Mirko and Asadamazza. They are training partners. They support each other a lot. I mean, I constantly see Asadamazza up-talking Mirko in chat, and up-talking almost isn't even like the right word for it, just complimenting him correctly because he wins so constantly. But that means that the both the twins now are going to be in the lower bracket, and they're going to be setting up some nice matches down there to see who can make it on the stream again.
Yeah, so before we get into that upper bracket final, I'm going to implore you guys to go to compete.playstation.com to be able to check out all of the tournament action, because it is your one-stop shop for pro competition and open series events. So if you guys are looking to, you know, maybe get into one of these events in the future, I would definitely go to compete.playstation.com, because every player you see here did so from the comfort of their own home, has done so just about every single week, every single month, and it's paying off for them hardcore.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, they most of these players won money 3 days ago. They're winning money today, and then they're probably going to win money in another 3 days. So yeah, it's just going to add up more and more for them. But like you said, we do need to get these next matches set up. So while we do, we are going to be taking one more short break, but we can see the conclusion of the European bracket when we come back.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
And it is time for the conclusion of today's monthly final here for the EU PS4 Tournament's Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. We are at the, I would say, about final 1/3, but regardless, it's about time to see who ends up as our champion. So we're starting off with the upper bracket finals, where we are going to see Mirko and Asadamasa take us to a little example of how the Italian scene plays. And spoiler, it's extremely well. On the bottom side of the bracket, do basic 3-0 against K-Top, and that means that K-Top, our three-time champion over the last month, is now out of the tournament before top 4. Surprising result, but you can't really say all that surprising with how well everybody's playing today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Mirko and Do Basic specifically just from 3 days ago in the weekly invitational, you can kind of get a sense of like the levels rising from those two players, right? Mirko looks absolutely unstoppable right now, running into Asadamase, who has just been steamrolling pretty much everybody's run into. And obviously we talk about how these two are training partners and, you know, they're big fans of each other and whatnot. Asadamase was in chat talking up his boy. But at this point, there's no more talking up your boy. You have to defeat him.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be easier said than done. This is a matchup that we also did see previously, I think, in just the last week. It's hard to remember. It all kind of blends together. But this is a matchup where Scorpion really stops Cetron from zoning like she wants to. And I mean, we see that in pretty much every single matchup, especially when it's Mirko, who has some of the best reactions in the game. So any little thing that you do, it just immediately teleport into full combo. So immediately, usually in this matchup, we see Asadamasa go for a more aggressive play style and just immediately go to try to like play that kind of closer mid-range-ish neutral rather than range where Scorpion can just throw spears pretty much all day. But
spears and teleports.
Spears and teleports. Yeah, it's like he's zoning without zoning. That's the Scorpion specialty. But like, you know, like I said, these two are training partners. They play together all the time, so they definitely do have plans in place against each other.
I'm gonna let this one rock. I'm gonna let this intro rock.
All right.
Kronika can restore your family and clan.
The son's the one who killed them.
But first, you must renounce your vengeance.
All right.
I like how she just completely like ignores what he said.
I appreciate it though. Any opportunity to talk trash about Shinnok, I'm always about that. Let me just tell you. So I feel that Scorpion for sure. But here we go. Immediately starting off with aggression actually from Mirko. And now with the life lead, I think there's a chance. Oh, the jump back though, that is going to be a nice little conversion as the damage adds up a lot more quickly with that burning spear.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just immediately looking for probably a boulder toss or an earthquake here after the knockdown. But Asadamasa, just not a lot of life to work with right now.
Yeah, this is a lot of patience just sitting here waiting to see if Mirko tries to make a mistake, or tries to make a read that is a mistake. Oh, nice. Lands the natural barrier hit. You're just going to need to do so much damage to make this comeback without guessing wrong even once, and that's going to be the one. So technically, Asadamasa could have broken away there. You can always break away against Amp Teleport. He would have lived, but he would have been down with 0 defensive bar on the ground, guaranteed chip kill, so he knew. A very smart call.
Yeah. It's that patience that just comes right back into play the second somebody wants to be patient, because like you notice that Asadamasa was just like sitting down specifically. Oh man, the down two. I was gonna say that he was sitting down specifically to avoid teleport situations, because you cannot hit a ton of projectiles as this character when Scorpion's on screen, but it just, if you start to be patient, then the Scorpion player will just kind of like either take the chip damage or they'll just be patient right back, and you're still at a disadvantage that entire time. You're hard pressed to find a moment where like you can make a good choice.
Yeah, you said like one thing in that second round and the round was already over. Like we didn't even get a chance to see anything out of Asadamasa that round. But I mean, okay, it was looking like at least the pacing felt a little bit better for Asadamasa in the first round. But yeah, the second one, it was just over. So Asadamasa needs to make some sort of adaptation here. It just seems tough. You know, it just seems like the way that, I mean, you know, it's so hard to ever say like, oh yeah, like that's tough for Cetron in particular, but with how Mirko plays and how good his reactions are, it just feels like anything you do, I mean, really with any character, but especially with any zoner, is just the biggest risk in the entire world. And he really makes you feel that, especially I mean, I love the fact that he's using Burning Spear. It just adds on to that damage, and the fact that he loves to run away so much, well, I don't even know if I want to say run away, but he likes to create space so much, means that he gives himself time to set it up. Oh my god, what was that whiff punish to start off with? He just did backdash, forward dash, back two to whiff punish like a down 3 or something. That was, Mirko was just too good.
That was one of the reasons why the first round was like, Asadamasa had lost 80% of his life so quick. There was like, I think it took 30 seconds and he was almost dead in the very first round of the first game. And it was a very similar situation. You just kind of get one really strong read and, you know, you get the Burning Spear up and your life bar is just melting.
Yeah. Oh, down one. Weird pressure. Back one, down one. All negative on block, but doesn't matter. You're only negative if you think you're negative.
You're always plus if you believe.
Yeah, that's right. That's the way. But we did see an escape failed right here, so the throw is now going to be that much scarier. Fatal blow also available for Mirko. Not something that we usually see, but it is actually quite a good fatal blow. You just need one big conversion into it, and it could be it. Actually, could have maybe even done it right there, but didn't have the confidence. You usually do back two into teleport, and then you can confirm on whether it hits or not, and then cancel or don't cancel. But that might be chip. That will be chip. And Asadamasa manages to bring it back.
It's pretty much just flawless blocking from there on, but nothing you can really do about that.
Oh, that was a clear mistake. That was super unsafe. The 114, and the punish didn't come out. Just a raw teleport. Maybe he tried to punish a little bit too fast. The normal didn't come out. Just the special did. Regardless, gets another opportunity.
Okay. Oh, ducks under the down two. He's going to be able to get a conversion off of that. There's the overhead. Now he's already got Asadamasa stuck in the corner. Either jump out Hell's Wrath or H2O port's coming very soon, I feel like.
It has to be something. I mean, just getting hit here is not the answer. Gets hit by the overhead. That's usually the mix-up. It's going to be overhead or grab. Very rarely do you go to the low there, but didn't even need to. Played for the safer option just because he had such a life lead, probably. Didn't need to take that extra risk, and it did pay off.
No, at the very least, Asadamase is going to be able to get the corner switch, but that never matters versus Scorpion.
I know. I mean, it seemed like it mattered a little bit more earlier against Basic just because of the damage potential, but your breakaway is not going to mean all that much, nor your defensive meter against Cetron, unless you're like in danger of being chipped, which is not the situation. But this is actually a time where breakaway matters, right as I said, at the down 2 KB, and we do see the breakaway immediately.
I mean, this is maybe the very first time that Asadamase has like had a very clear life lead. Obviously taking the round earlier, but this is like emphatic.
Yeah, and took advantage of it extremely well immediately as it happened. And after, honestly, it felt like until that final round, it felt like Merkel was in 100% control of everything. And then suddenly, Asadamase just turned it on. I mean, that was like pretty one sided the other direction. And I couldn't even tell you why. It was just correct reads.
Versus like a Scorpion where his reactions are completely on point, you might have to only go towards reads, because if you try to do something like in attempts to zone him out, he's just gonna teleport it. He's gonna do something on reaction. He's gonna use the spear. He's gonna teleport, etc. Right? So like going for the read when you are at even life totals, or at least the life lead, might be one of the only ways you're getting damage on Mirko here.
Yeah, and I mean, we do know that just from previous matches that Asadamase is very comfortable actually playing the pressure game. So if he can start the pressure game, you know he's going to want to. It's one of the only ways that you can guaranteed control Scorpion, just because you can guaranteed control anybody once you get that game started with Cetrion. And then the teleport's not going to matter. It's not like the teleport has any like invincibility as it's starting up or anything like that. You're just going to have to make the right guesses. So I think we're going to see a pretty offensive game as soon as the situation arises, especially seeing how well it worked out in the previous one. But it's nice to see that this isn't going to be a wash, as we're going to go 1-1 and start off with a beautiful anti-air conversion into, like I said, the pressure game.
Well, 4-3-4 is going to say nothing about the trick. Interactable jump over and then teleport to cancel it out. Another teleport. While there's no defensive bar, Mirko kind of put himself in a strong offensive position, and despite the corner, he's still going to keep that.
Yeah, so this is kind of like just a little fun fact, but using those interactables does have invincibility, and you can use them to get instant punishes on gaps with characters that have teleports like Scorpion. So I'm sure Mirko's going to know exactly how to do that, and it's going to be a very scary option if you leave even a single gap, which oftentimes String into Tornado does have.
Oh, nice punish on that, though. It's going to get the restand, so the mix is mid.
Asadamase just backing up. Oh, gets the conversion, gets everything, the pressure, one more mix up in the grab. You can tell that there was a tech, the escape was failed, and Mirko usually so good at guessing those grabs, but when you play against somebody that you've played against so many times, like Asadamase, clearly they're gonna have the knowledge of which way you like to tech, and big KB.
Yeah, you know, this is maybe one of the first few times that I've gotten the pleasure of watching Mirko and not seen him make 100% correct defensive decisions.
Yeah, I mean, again, it has probably so much to do with just the fact that these two have played against each other, so Asadamase knows. But yeah, it's wild how against everybody else, Mirko is just this impossible to open player. But not this time. Asadamase just, okay, actually in Fatal Blow territory now, which is going to be huge. Asadamase one of the best at converting into Fatal Blow. Just needs one solid little hit. You can tell he was fishing for it there with the jabs.
Yeah, those down ones were really making it real difficult for Asadamase. He's on last breath at this point. He doesn't have the defensive bar to last breath, actually. So it's got to be all good decisions from here. And that one was great.
That was perfect. Yeah, he had to try something there just because, again, even a teleport at that point was going to be almost guaranteed chip. Any sort of normal, any sort of jump kick would have been so hard to avoid, but he made the read, went for teleport, which was a little bit of a unique option, and I think it kind of mixed up the inputs there of Mirko, who was jumping backwards already, whiffed the jump kick, and got 1-1'd into Fatal. But like I said, always, somehow, there's no Cetrion that is better at finding the conversion into Fatal Blow in the final moments than Asadamase, and he showed exactly why.
So I'm not entirely sure that was mixing up the input, the teleport, because we had seen versus Dubasic, the instant jump kick was coming out a lot from Mirko, right? It was instant jump kick into immediate teleport because you can cancel it on whiff. I think what mixed up the input was probably it mixed up the teleport input. Maybe not the jump kicks. Right,
yeah.
right.
That's
maybe that's what you meant. Okay, that's what you meant. All right,
but no, but
it's like.
Okay. It's totally worth pointing out, though, yeah, because it is true. That is an option that we've seen a lot. It's just usually when you see him with it, at the very least, he's going to go for like a teleport cancel, right? But you can tell, like, for just that one moment, it was like, what's going on? And he just landed.
Which side am I on?
yeah, like he just 100% landed, which is something we almost never see when he does go for that option. But yeah, absolutely true that he uses that a lot.
It's a strong option. Like if the opponent jumps, they get full comboed. If nothing happens, then you're fine because you can teleport cancel as long as you have defensive bar. So
yeah, and even if not, you can still go for the raw teleport just to try to read them, trying to catch you on landing, which would have been actually something that worked right there. But regardless, Asadamasa 2-1 lead. Mirko is not looking phased at all, looking for gets an escape failed, which is very important for Scorpion, and gets the setup into Burning Spear buff.
How long will that Burning Spear last, though? Because it seems like Asadamase is on the forefront of pressure, but there's the great teleport. Overhead's going to come out. Burning Spear's off, but, I mean, he's already got a life lead.
Yeah, Burning Spear actually lasts forever. Like, most of the buff type moves in this game don't last like half as long as that. I don't know why, but it's a good move. There's a reason why we see it. And again, every single time I have to point that out, he lands the spear, knows exactly how to get the absolute maximum corner carry to get the grounded kill, and that's what he does. And now look at this, taking advantage of the corner.
Ooh, okay, nice anti-air right there.
Yeah, and we have seen the conversions 100% from that exact situation into the exact same way that Asadamasa just did it. I mean, getting the life lead here, but again, you know, this is Asadamasa's win to move forward into the grand finals. And it'll be the first time in a while that I think I've seen Asadamasa take the tournament win over Mirko, but he needs to close this round out, which is looking pretty likely at this point, and then he needs to win one more, so not easy.
Especially with this pressure right now. I mean, Mirko, he's got the pressure going, but like Asadamase is staying nice and vigilant, not doing anything. And yeah, react. The spear, I was already ducking, so now I just know the easiest punish in the world. It's just Earthquake. And Asadamase on set point here.
Yeah, like I said, you know, this has been a while, I think, since we've seen this nice, flawless block. But, cash is out on the grab, of course. Final round, you might as well cash out on it, unless you're really trying to, like, set up the throw, like, loop mind game of using the other throw. But he just wants the damage, and here's an element of extra damage, speaking of. 164 off of the buff, and another crushing blow. Oh, everything is turning around here. This is looking tough for Asadamasa. All those crushing blows and spear buffs, everything together, just adding up.
So I think this happened last time. Is like Asadamase is attempting to bait a teleport, and by whiffing normals, right, full screen, to make him think, oh, it's an earthquake or it's a boulder toss, right, and look at Mirko not being phased by it whatsoever, not a single teleport.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that seem like they have really good reactions, but they're just Twitch reactions. Oh, great anti-air. This is going to be the start of pressure. All right, he's going to block it. But yeah, they're just Twitch reactions to anything. So when you see somebody successfully not react to something that's a bait, you can tell that their reactions really just are too good. But here we go. Just needs to land one more hit to tie things up. However, Asadamasa, we've already talked about, so good at landing conversions into Fatal Blow. Just needs to find one hit, and that could set him up for a potential kill situation. He lands it, doesn't feel confident. Oh, that could have been a setup into a potential winning situation. Of course, that wouldn't have been the kill, but it would have been a lot of damage and then full screen presence for zoning. Regardless, we're going to game 5.
Yeah, that pressure seemed like it would be considered to be very basic from Mirko. You know, it was just like standing one, down one, standing 1-2, you know, 2-1, whatever. It's real normal, real nothing too crazy, and that's all he needed because it was all doing chip damage, right? It was basically just eventually getting Asadamase to want to press standing one, and eventually he did, but no belief in that. Just go standing one, down one, and there's no fatal blow cancel. It's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, had it been standing 1-1, that would have been so nice. But, you know, we see that a lot. Sometimes people just don't have like the full confidence, but maybe they should. And I mean, it was an interesting kind of like counter there, like just doing standing one into down one. Of course, the standing one's going to be plus, and the down one is going to be the check. But Regardless, the read just did not work out. So we're going to a game 5, and it feels like Mirko has found a little bit more of an answer. It's a little hard to say, though, because that was such a good start of the last round with the double crushing blow and the not searing rage grab, the spear rebuff grab. But here we go. Let's see who comes out on top.
Oh, it actually caught him at a teleport. That was interesting. So yeah, Hell's Wrath just came out just before teleport was active. However, gonna get some good damage off this. Gonna go for Burning Spear now.
Yeah, just a little bit more pressure when you can. That is one of the nice things about Spear as an ender, is it does give you some pretty nice Oki. There we go. Yeah, he knows that he can't actually get Oki off the grab, so that's when he's going to set up the Burning Spear. And yeah, that did a lot of extra damage by itself. Teleport itself does a ton of damage, breaks away immediately. No read on the breakaway this time.
Restand situation again. Just going to be the mid. He's already used the crushing blow too, so it's not really like a huge deal if that strength comes out. But there's the throw.
Ooh, just needs one conversion. Wasn't quite able to whiff punish the 4-3-4. Oh, is he at 0.01%? No, he's at 13.01%. Okay, but there's no buff. There's no buff. That's not enough.
Yeah, well, it's not the buff I'm worried about. Oh, well, it was the flawless block to save himself for one, but unfortunately not enough after that.
Yeah, that down 3 was a really good call right there. Of course, the Scorpion teleport is a high, so down 3 is going to stop it, and it gave him just enough hit advantage. Wow, just a standing 1 right there. Great attempt. That's a really good call because it is safe, but again, the big crushing blow, and that's going to be a lot of damage. This is match point for Asadamasa, so getting a good start like that is important for Mirko.
Yeah, it's pretty much you can't hold it. Like, you want to be able to hold those crushing blows back for when you hopefully take this round, but you can't always. You have to be able to get to the point of being able to take the round, which, despite this life lead, is not guaranteed right now.
Yeah, of course, on the other side, the 2-1-3 crushing blow, which is, I want to say, one of the only real practical crushing blows in this matchup, is already gone on Asadamasa's side. So at least spending your own crushing blows doesn't feel all that bad, especially when your damage is starting to add up like this. You take the quarterback, you get the knockdown. I don't know what Asadamasa does here. Dies?
The short hop mix-up, but the throw here from Asadamasa, I mean, he had to back off, basically, because if his meaty wasn't perfect, he was going to get die for it. Oh, another throw. He believed.
All right. This. Okay. I was gonna say I started to believe, and as soon as I started to believe, down 1 on Wake Up works. So, very final round in the set to see who makes it into the upper side of the grand finals. Double, triple natural barrier from Asadamasa. The damage is gonna add up, but a big cash out already for Mirko.
Yeah, look at that damage tick down. None of that is chip. It's just happening naturally. And yeah, that teleport with the damage ticking down was going to be too much.
Well, so many raw natural barriers, and they're almost all connecting. I mean, Mirko does have the life lead. It looks like he's trying to go back and play a little bit more patient, but of course, yeah, the ground pound is going to be a punish there for free, so he can't force any chip. Oh, but chooses to move in, gets the grab. He's going to get a little bit of Oki because it's the forward grab.
Oh, the challenge here. Asadamasa just has no fear, like, at all times. And I think that's so good. Because, like, he has no fear despite his life deficit when people would think that you would have fear. And so they're not expecting you to hit the buttons.
Oh, big conversion. Misses the fatal blow opportunity. He's going to be able to break away here. He gets one more read, but he's going to have to make it correctly. Oh, and it's so close to chip, and it's gonna be it. Down one, trying to catch Asadamasa, trying to sneak out of the situation, maybe press a button, but just that solid little pressure at the end is going to close out the set and put Mirko, yet again, like last week, into the upper side of the grand finals. But I have to say, that was extremely close. Asadamasa looked just on point, and I wouldn't be surprised if today we end up seeing Asadamasa be the one who makes it back up to that grand finals.
Yeah, that matchup for a while was so back and forth and wild that, like, I entirely wasn't sure if Mirko was going to be able to close it out up until the last round. And Asadamasa, just regardless of what Mirko brought to the table in the first couple of games, he never seemed fazed by it, never had fear, just kind of just let it rock, right? You saw so many standing ones. That's one of the reasons why Mirko went to so many of those down ones. You were like, you were talking about how negative doing down one into down one was, and like like look, the down one is specifically calling out all of these standing 1-1s, and especially with that fatal blow on deck, right? You go to the down one and you avoid the standing 1-1 into fatal blow. You avoid that possibility because they are highs.
Yeah, and honestly, that is, I don't want to say one of the like big downsides of Citron, but it is certainly a small gap in her offense, is the fact that she doesn't have a super good fast and hit confirmable mid. She goes to back three a little bit, often for kind of the faster mid option, but even then, not super fast. So often when you see people doing a lot of down ones, her best check is going to be down three, down four, maybe even down one herself into natural barrier. But overall, the damage and the confirms aren't going to be there, especially if you're looking to go into fatal blow. But like I said, that means Mirko moving forward, Asadamasa moving down, and we do see that H-Dope managed to eliminate Mercer off stream, setting up the H-Dope do basic matchup, which is going to be actually quite interesting, as H-Dope has proven to be extremely good against any of the characters that do have a lot of very aerial mobility based game plans, like Jackie or Joker, or now the literally named upgraded variation from do basic.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably seeing Cabal again. I don't think we're gonna see the Jade come out. H-Dope, on the other hand, it's could be a toss up.
Yeah, I mean, actually though, if you really look at the matchup, I think this would be a great time to bring Jade back out, because the Dragon stance is totally just like, I don't care about your Dragon stance when I have Glow on. Like, it's completely negated, and the full screen game would become like a more stomp oriented game, or just something that might be a little bit less comfortable for H-Dope. But you know, I think at the very minimum, we're probably going to see Cabal to start off with. Oh yeah, people really voting for do basic. Not a surprise, you know. Do basic, Asadamasa, Mirko, probably the three most well-known names here in the Open Series. Yeah, I want to say that. I mean, we see some other players that we know that are a little bit maybe more well-known, like Arn Kratos, but he doesn't often show up. So I could see. Also, you know, I talked about this before, but a lot of Russian area viewers. So big shout out to all of them. Definitely supporting their homie do basic. But yeah, I think we're gonna start with Cabal.
Yeah, more than likely Cabal. I now that you're talking about the glow for Jade, I am now like, my mind's blown. I totally forgot that the glow existed in the first place, because we never seen Jade anymore, you know, from him. So it's like, do I even need to think about Jade for a minute? So now I'm thinking like, okay, what if we do get Shiva versus Jade? How do you get around the fact that you can't really use Dragon Stance that easily? It's pretty much only in guard strings at that point, right? And if you're only using it in guard strings, you open yourself up to, you know, the counter poke, I guess, of being able to get out of the Dragon Stance mix up. I don't know.
Well, interestingly enough, so this, I feel like this topic comes up almost every single time, but H-Dope has a ton of experience against Jade because K-Top plays Jade. For a while, K-Top was looking like maybe he was going to be maining Jade before he really settled down on Jackie. So there's definitely a lot of experience there, and if we do see Jade as the first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if either there's, like, for example, like a variation that's more based around fighting against Jade from H-Dope's Shiva, or we see like a completely different character, which is something that of course H-Dope has up his sleeve. Like, we could see maybe Spawn, who doesn't care at all about projectiles, really. I mean, he does actually have some pretty good projectiles, but you know, that's not going to be your main game plan. Plus 3-4 is a great tool at countering the really long range normals of Jade, or at least is an option for countering them, which I guess Shiva doesn't really have. I don't know, it's hard to say.
Well, it's like you bring up the Spawn being able to not care about projectiles, and that's like a really scary situation, actually, if he's able to counter said projectiles, right? Because he gets the slam on you on the animation, and we've already known Spawn is going to do a ton of damage. Like,
yeah, and of course we are watching a few replays here just because we're setting up the lobby still. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, so thank you everybody for staying with us, but we should be in there very, very soon. But you can see just how dominant the great Do Basic is. One of the best, which with, I mean, multiple characters that we don't really see a lot from a high level, which is kind of the story of EU in general. I mean, the fact that we're seeing like super dominant Cabal and Scorpion, and then Shiva, and then it's just, I mean, we do have our share of top tiers here. You know, we've got K-Top playing Jackie, we've got Asadamasa playing Cetrion, of course, but it's always nice to watch that. And now we got to see. I guess we technically have decided on our top four. So these are all the players that are in the money. Of course, if anybody didn't see where we're at so far, Mirko is sitting in the upper side of grand finals with that nice extra lost pillow. And then Asadamasa sitting in the lower bracket finals. And then to see who fights there, we are going to have Do Basic going up against H-Dope. So that's why we're talking about that. But still, setting up the lobby.
Yeah, each match from here on out, like we talked about, is $100 more, right? Because so whoever gets fourth is going to take 100, right? But the further and further you go is 100 more up until obviously the first place being at $400. Like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, this is like do or die moments. Like obviously you get bragging rights, and that's huge. We love to brag, but walking home with $400 without having to pay anything, without having to really do a whole lot other than just kind of sign up for the tournament and practice, it's pretty nifty.
Yeah, I mean, it's like quite a bit of money, especially like I said, it's 3 days ago it was the week 4 of March. Now today, and then in 3 days is another tournament, so it is a whole lot. And honestly, one of my favorite things about the Open Series too is that these players, they've played together so much. I mean, we're used to seeing like locals, right? Of course, now is a time in the world where we're not seeing locals, but they're I mean, such a big part of fighting games to me in particular too is like having like a local scene that you go and support, and like even when you're not playing, when they're playing, you're gonna cheer for them. You eventually you go from like this local scene to like these big majors, right? And even if somebody is like your rival and you hate them because they beat you every tournament or most tournaments, as soon as you see them playing against somebody else, you're like, yo, let's go. Like it's like you just want to see them body every other person. But we do see that a good amount from the Open Series. One of my favorite examples was I was watching the technically it was the Liga Latina Pro competition in the very first week, and before it was the time for Mexico, I saw the Mighty Unjust in the chat, and he was asking like, hey, is it Mexico's time yet? Because he was there to watch Ice Scorpion, who was kind of his rival for a while, and he wanted to watch him obviously body everybody else, which he did end up doing. Ice Scorpion, of course, a great player, but it's kind of cool to see stuff like that in the Open Series. And I mean, even just now, like everybody, especially in Europe, they like tweeted each other afterwards, and they're like, oh, good games, like like K-Top just tweeted like, oh, I got 5th, good games to everybody, and everybody shouts each other out and helps each other. It's just a good scene. And again, of course, if any of you want to sign up for it, go to compete.playstation.com. It's the place to go. It's very, very easy to sign up, and you can be a part of this too. But like I said, we're just setting up the lobby for this lower bracket match of H-Dope against Do Basic. So just chilling here for a little bit, just talking.
So, like, you specifically talked about how the European players are always saying, like, good games and stuff right after, even if there's, like some something that I would consider to be, like, a salty loss. Like, somebody would more than likely get salty after it. They all say good games. It's the absolute truth. You can check Twitter. That it's all there. But one thing, like, that I was specifically talking about how, like, Asadamasa was really, like, super happy-go-lucky guy, really nice. And that's the reason why I talk about that is because, obviously, me sitting here on the broadcast I'm a newcomer to Mortal Kombat. There's no reason to sugarcoat it, right? And Asadamasa, every time the tournament is over, I check my Twitter and there is a, hey, GG's everybody, and thanks the commentators, for the wonderful commentary. And I'm like, I only know so much, and you're just being so nice. Like, you don't have to be, but he is. He's going out of his way, right? That's just like one person. They're all just like saying, yeah, GG's, and then like if somebody's like salty, they talk about like, all right, so let's talk about like, do you need a secondary? Like, do you need to train up this or whatever? They all figure it out. It's super crazy.
I know, it's really nice. Actually, I mean, the reason why I brought it up was because I just looked and I'm like, why do I have 10 notifications on Twitter? That's like, I checked like 5 minutes ago, and it's because like there's a big talk in between like Do Basic and K-Top out there, which is really nice, which is why I'm looking over the side here. Yeah, they're just friendly, and they all level up together, and they're actually all really scary now. But on the other side, North America, they actually do just get salty at each other, which is pretty funny. we don't see those good games messages, right? Which is classic North America. America, but we'll see that a little bit later today. Of course, this is only the first half of the day, even though there's already been so much good Mortal Kombat action at about 2 p.m. Pacific time, which is just a little bit over 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 minutes from now, we are going to have the North American bracket, and just seeing how far we are along this time, I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of a break in between these two broadcasts. So we're going to pretty much just be going through from Europe to North America. And yeah, if there's not enough Mortal Kombat for anybody here, then you are just insatiable for watching this game.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, think of the bright side. Like, we go straight from Mortal Kombat into more Mortal Kombat, into like high level Mortal Kombat, directly on to more high level Mortal Kombat. If there's no break, I think the spectators are going to be pretty happy about that. Well, I mean, okay, there'll be a break, but it won't be like a huge one, right?
Well, okay, speaking of break, actually, so while we're setting up this match and figuring out the issues with it, rather than just hear us blabber on for a while, we are going to be going to a short break. So again, thank you everybody for your patience. We want to see this match up as much as the rest of you do, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to get the real conclusion to the European bracket when we come back.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey, we are back. Told you it was going to be a quick break, and it's looking like we got our players in here. And just like Chef said, we are going to see the true conclusion here pretty soon. So thank you so much, everybody, for waiting.
Yeah. Hopefully it all plays out cleanly from here on out. But like I said, I'm excited to watch this match just because, to recap a little bit of what we said for quite long before this break, the character matchup is going to be really, really interesting. I mean, the first question is, will it be Jade or will it be Cabal? And then if it is Cabal, Actually, really, if it's either one, the question is, what does H-Dope choose against it? Are we going to see a different variation of Shiva like we saw against Cetrion? Are we going to see... Well, okay, answer number 1, complete. And answer number 2, complete. Both unexpected, in my opinion.
Yeah, no. I mean, so we talked about the Jade possibility, right? But we were thinking it would be Jade versus Shiva. And now we have the Joker?
So,
all right.
Yeah, I've seen H-Dope play a lot of characters, and I don't know if I have ever seen H-Dope play the Joker. It's going to be playing the Kapow Jumping Jester variation, one that we're very used to seeing. I think somebody else chose this variation last week, or maybe this was in North America.
It was 3 days. It was 3 days ago.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Specifically, we saw this exact variation.
Yeah. So this is a very common one to see from the Joker, probably the most common overall. But the big question, why choose it against Jade, is an unknown to us. However, starting up strong.
I gotta wonder if maybe there was like a blind pick and it was expected that Jade was coming out and he didn't want to be Shiva. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely get the idea of not wanting to choose Shiva. Oh, yeah.
The glow beat the Jumping Jester. That was super good reaction too from Do Basic, because like you have to actually react to the fact that Jumping Jester was activated.
Yeah, but that's not going to be option there. Oh, wake up normals, and this is going to be a huge combo. No meter to counter. Look at that damage, 400 damage, and one more hit is going to be it. That looked like that was a 100% H-Dope's game, and then wake up forward 1 was all it took, and it looks like H-Dope has a very practiced Joker. Not something I knew.
I just want to say there is a reason Kapow is a 2-slot move.
Oh, yeah. If we saw it be a 1-slot move, that would be disgusting. I mean, even Joker, honestly, without any moves, without any single custom moves, would be a strong character. It's very similar to Jackie, where just their base moveset is so incredibly strong. So everything they get is just extra.
I can't believe how little the Jumping Jester is doing, and despite that fact, like, H-Dope is just making a run for it. Okay, there's the pole vault, though.
Yeah.
Pole vault's been putting in kind of work for DeBasic. Yeah, see, here it is again.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good at getting over normals. I mean, big flashbacks to last week when it went over to win the match. It went over the forward 2 from Cetrion, just like raw. It just gets you so high up. She literally does like a flip on the pole, and oh, the crushing blow. Just needs one more hit, but the normal Jack in the Box, nice, great punish. I believe that was a punish on the normal Jack in the Box amplify. It's definitely something that H-Dope needs to stop going to because of the glow. It's just getting punished quite a bit. I think it's something that maybe is in his muscle memory. And
yeah, it's kind of hard to get rid of that, right? Because like that's such a strong tool versus pretty much any other character in the game. Who else has the ability to just invincible through projectiles by just existing, right?
Yeah, and honestly, it's weird too because of course it's hard to see, but you know that's just the normal Jack in the Box as opposed to the Jumping Jester Jack in the Box, which is also a setup. So it's weird to see that he's just using. Oh, there's the Jumping Jester, but it's weird to see that he's using the normal Jack in the Box so often when he specifically has a moves for setups.
I mean, regardless of that fact, when the glow is on, neither of them is going to be effective.
Absolutely true. But here we go again, just using it in pressure, and there's the glow. And why is he throwing projectiles? Why? That's the one thing you can't do. It's so weird that we're seeing these weird calls against the glow. And again, that was going to be punished no matter what. What are you doing, H-Dope? This is so weird. So weird. I mean, he's playing extremely well. He can still win this for sure. And it looks like, I think he... Oh, no. Breakaway right here. You have... Oh, great late breakaway. Super smart. But still looking really close.
I think honestly H-Dope is just running into the muscle memory thing. That's all. I really don't think it's like a... Oh yeah, see that's okay. Well, luckily it was gone, and by that moment came back. The projectile usage is not mattering, Shao.
Yeah, I mean, okay, again, you know, he's playing great. He's playing super extremely well, but it's just so weird that like, you know, I understand like the muscle memory of at the very minimum, like, okay, yeah, the glow's on in pressure, you go to the button that you want to press. But we saw Do Basic glow, and then H-Dope shot a projectile at him, like just a straight projectile. It's like, Come on, that's the one thing you're not supposed to do. I don't understand the point there, but obviously it didn't matter because he did win, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a switch to. Oh no, we're gonna see Jade again. Interesting. I thought maybe we were gonna see a switch back to Cabal. I mean, it was very close. It's just wasn't able to close it out, and you guys got to see the damage potential of Joker in that set, which is out of this world.
So my curiosity has made me think two things were for the projectile that he tossed after the glow came out, right? When he did the gunshot. Does the gunshot negate the projectile that Jade throws if they throw it at the same time?
No, they just pass to each other like
okay.
like most projectiles. Yeah, it's
The other thing that I was thinking, if that was not the case, was that he was kind of using it as like a, hey, check me out, I'm totally tossing a normal and you need to sit back and block, right?
Maybe, but okay, there again, the glow going through the amplified Jack in the Box. I can't remember the name of the actual move because it's the it's like the notes for Pop Goes the Weasel. So I don't remember. Yeah, I'm never gonna actually remember that. Shout outs to every commentator who does. Yeah, it's that, but it's like with all the actual letters of the notes. All right, but here we go. Huge combo. No meter to break. Big drop, actually. Luckily, even if you drop the combo right there, you're still going to get a lot of damage, which is why it does so much damage even on Breaker, and that's going to be it. It's the conversion. That's all you need. So Basic, very barely again, though, pulling this out. The big difference here is just damage between these two characters. Jade, even at the best, is a low damage character, and Joker, even at the worst, is a high damage character.
Oh, he's got more than damage just going for him on top of that. Got no glow, so the Jack in the Box is gonna help, but the down 2-0. Double nitro.
Yeah, went for the read there. Of course, that's the armor breaker that would get the crushing blow if there was an armor break, but knew that was not, or knew that was an option on H-Dope's side and made the correct read. However, the Basic running away with this actually could have spent actually didn't need to spend a bar right there. I was gonna say could have spent the bar to close out, but knew the damage was enough, and so that was a very one-sided game compared to the fact that Basic lost. Weird.
Yeah, that game was all Basic, right? One thing that I have to specifically note was what he did on offense after a knockdown. His Oki specifically was so varied that it felt like H-Dope didn't know what to do. Because, like, if you look at the last two exchanges specifically, you see that Basic did knockdown, walk up, walk back, and then, you know, H-Dope tried to press whatever button, and it immediately got whiff punished by Basic. After that knockdown, he then tried the meaty because, you know, H-Dope was probably like, well, what if he just, like, does it again? I can probably try to get away here. And then the meaty ended up kind of blowing him up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was definitely overall a really good adaptation, and we'll see if H-Dope can find the answer again, because it does seem like his offense was just as good, but yeah, on defense, he seemed a little bit more flustered. Even at the end, you know, he just got hit by like raw low, maybe expecting to grab or something like that, but overall, just kind of crumbled under the pressure of Jade. And this is a pressure-based Jade variation, right? This isn't the one that we're more used to seeing nowadays, post-Ultimate, where we see the Delia's dance, or we don't see any of the, like, for example, air projectiles in the zoning game. This is pressure, 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 where you get the plus frames off of the run into the amplified nitro kick. You get the really nice, even on block or combo ender with the flip. And yeah, it's just 100% pressure. So if the offense works, then you're probably winning. Nice. If it doesn't, then you don't. And yeah, that's a great counter poke.
Yeah, I guess maybe knew that the run into Amplify was coming, the cancel. Oh, the counter poke. Beautiful conversion too, because that was like max distance, it felt like.
Yeah, and it was airborne, so knowing the full combo to get off of that is not easy, and it knew exactly what to do, even into the perfect knockdown off a forward 1-4-2, I think. But regardless, yeah, great rounded. Oh, the crushing blow.
That's big damage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jade, not a high damage character, so when she can get her crushing blows, it is extremely important.
Feels pretty necessary for sure. Nitro kick pressure. Oh, there it is again.
Can you get the conversion? Nope, drops it. That is a very tough link. So you can actually pick that up with the down one, but like so many other times, it's dropped.
Yeah, I guess better to just take the plus frames rather than like mess up the down one and then or mess up the down one and then be negative, right?
Yeah. I think it's just a slight mistiming, but yeah. I mean, it obviously paid off, regardless, and now it is 1 apiece. But this mid-range, oh, that's a punish? I had no idea that back two could punish the full forward two string from Joker. That's knowledge to me. But there's a lot of situations that Jay can punish with back two that other characters can't, just because it's a very far and very fast move, and normally characters just don't have a normal that reaches that far. Plus frames. Ooh, flawless blocking to nothing.
Flawless blocking it down one's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes there's certain setups where like you're minus and you expect a down one check and you flawless block it up two, but that one was just kind of like raw and didn't actually take advantage of it. But here we go, raw flush. Oh, went through it again, and now the pressure's beginning in the corner, and already the life is disappearing for H-Dope. Conversion? Oh, tried it. He tried it.
Yeah, it was not low or high enough, excuse me. But okay, fatal blow cancel too. Oh, big whiff.
Oh, yeah, and a big combo drop. But okay, his next is okay. I was gonna say I wonder if this was timing for a crushing blow, but it's not. And now Chip is gonna be it. I think that was gonna be down four and a parry. Actually, that was a hard read at the end that I would have liked to see pay off, but didn't need to because the down four itself hit. And that means that the Jade pick is working out in this matchup. It's really interesting that the Joker came out. I still don't fully understand it. I mean, I guess I do understand the aspect of like Joker has great normals. One of the only characters who has the normals that can challenge Jade, but it's still just like a weird pick, and it's also a weird pick to have held in HO's pocket for this long. Of course, Joker considered one of the best characters in the entire game, and it does look like we might be going back to the Shiva.
Okay, well, this is what we were wondering about, because the glow is going to deal with the dragon stance from at the very least full screen. If the glow is already on, that means dragon stance can't even be used in the block string, because it's pretty much just free for Jade to be able to get out. I feel like that begs the question is how H-Dope is going to stop Do Basic from being able to get the glow on at any point.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I mean, technically, if you read it, you can punish it with the stomp, but I mean, that's like a read, so I wouldn't even know if I would call it a punish. Immediately, just going for zoning and then getting the glow off. So that's, I'd say, a pretty big win here for Do Basic. Can he get the conversion this time? No, we see the immediate breakaway. I think it's a weird time to breakaway, considering the fact that you saw the combo drop earlier. So, I don't know, interesting choice. But, hey, the Dragon Stance zoning starting to work.
Oh man, Dragon Stance gonna beat by the whole vault though, and Do Basic is back in there. Now he does have run cancel chances because he's got 2 for defensive bars back.
All right, is he gonna get away from the stomp? He does, into a very weird punish, back 1-2, but you know what? Any punish is a punish, and Do Basic looked very much in control of that game, or I should say that round, and now is on match point.
You know, I gotta commend the players these days, because when Enhanced Drag and Drop really started being like talked about and people started using drag and drop in general, even without the enhanced version, it was like unstoppable. People just could not get around it whatsoever. Oh, beautiful duck on the nitro kick.
Nice, yeah, and that was the one from the run, so that would have been plus on blocks, so the only way to punish that would have been to duck it. So super good call, and of course that is a lot of damage. The damage is just starting to add up. And knowing that he can actually use the drops the conversion, but knows he can actually use the Dragon Stance in pressure right now because there's been no time to start a glow.
Speaking of,
I didn't actually know that you could do it mid like projectile block string like that. That was pretty cool to see, but I mean, there's still a lot of life left to make back. It's gonna add up pretty quickly here.
When Dragon Stance isn't like a full like on block, it's not a jailing string when it's that far away, right? So there's no reason why it couldn't be. I guess it just depends on the startup of the glow.
Right, yeah, which seems pretty quick. And I like the attempt. Again, you got to make a big read in those final moments where Chip is probably going to be your death. So I appreciate that call out, and that means that H-Dope can win one more to even it up, or Do Basic can win right here.
Again, the idea is sound. It's just unfortunate that it's not always going to work out.
All taking plus frames, going for that 1-2-4 crushing blow, but not going to fall for it. Oh, and we're definitely going to see a glow here. Yep. Honestly, I almost feel like That's not the best option. Gets the crushing blow grab. That is a combo starter for Jade. Gonna take 300 damage, not spending the extra bar, but this corner positioning is extremely good.
Okay, there's the running nitro kick. Yeah, so it's plus frames. Worried about it. Okay, just a little bit of health left, and oh, immediately Abari's out.
Oh no, and this is Amplify, and this is really scary. Just needs to find one more solid hit here, and that could have been it, but didn't believe again. Had that full string come out, that could have been a conversion into Fatal Blow for the win, but instead, H-Dope will be going out at 4th place in this March monthly finals. But do basic, bring out the Jade again when he needs to. I'm super happy to see that, and that means he's going to be moving up into our top 3. But yeah, the Jade pick very clearly working very well against that Dragon Stance based Shiva, forcing H-Dope to switch into a matchup maybe he's a little bit less comfortable with that Joker. It was looking very practiced, and he did manage to win a game, but overall it just seemed like if you have to switch, it's gonna be an overall win, or at least an overall more comfortable situation, and Dubasic showed that off with this very pressure-based Jade that's going to now move forward to take on Acid Amatsa.
Well, I mean, you know, Jade might be a pretty good pick for that one as well, given the glow, right?
Yeah, I mean,
tossing that one out there.
It is the matchup that we saw. We saw Dubasic defeat Acid Amatsa in last week's top 3, also in this exact same spot in the bracket, and also Mirko was sitting in the grand finals in the exact same way. So this is exactly a bracket repeat now that H-Dope is out of the last week's top 3. And just as, like, I guess a recap of how that went, it was this matchup. It was Jade against Cetrion. We saw Acid Amatsa switch back to the old variation of Cetrion, the spring cleaning variation, but it did not pull off the win. Then Dubasic moved up to fight Mirko, used Jade the entire time. It did not work out, and Mirko won without going to the lower bracket. So we could very much see a repeat of that exact same situation. However, I think Acid Amatsa is looking a lot better today than he was last week.
Yeah, oh yes, that's what I was going to mention. Acid Amatsa specifically was looking at a secondary for this matchup because of what had happened. So I wonder if that may come into play today. If we might actually see the it would be like a 3-day-old secondary though, I guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, it would be very impressive and very cool to see if we did see a secondary come out today. But like you said, it's only been 3 days since then, and obviously there's going to be characters that, I mean, Acid Amatsa has practiced aside from Cetrion, even just for fun. You want to try out more characters in the game, right? But I don't know if any of them are going to be tournament ready, especially, I mean, tournament ready to fight Dubasic. That is going to be, I mean, you know, most people's mains aren't tournament ready to fight Dubasic, so I would probably expect to see Cetrion. However, there's always room for something new and weird to appear. But like I said, you know, in Acid Amatsa's match against Dubasic, or just another against Dubasic, against Mirko, it was down to the final hit, basically, and that was way closer than it was in the previous week. So I think Acid Amatsa is looking really good today, and maybe may not even need a secondary. Oftentimes there are matchups where it looks pretty hopeless for Acid Amatsa in particular, but he comes back and changes the way he plays, has a new mindset going into it, and he'll find some sort of answer. And I think this could be another, or at the very least, you know, another chance to try, because a secondary, even, you know, his previous secondary was Shang Tsung, which I don't think is going to do any better really against Jade in particular. We would probably have to see the more discarded style ninja usage Shang Tsung, which is a lot more aggressive, but that it doesn't also seem to be exactly Acid Amatsa's style. And we do see a 69% vote for Dubasic, nice, which again, you know, lots of supporters in the crowd.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty overwhelming. I guess, you know, maybe they watched a couple of days ago. And you know, they kind of know, or at least they hear kind of what we're talking about. I do agree with you in terms of Acid Amatsa's play of today. He has been looking exceptional. He has put Mirko down to the wire, basically, which we've been hard pressed to find many other people outside of Dubasic and I guess Acid Amatsa that can make Mirko sweat at this point.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, even still, like, even when it gets down to the roughest situations against those players, Mirko still doesn't look like he's sweating. So we'll see if anybody can actually dethrone him. But yeah, the fact that both of these players have done so well against him says a whole lot. But only one of them is going to earn their rematch, and we are going to see the Jade immediately and the classic, well, not the classic, but the new post-ultimate usual variation out of Acid Amatsu. I'm not going to try for that old spring cleaning setup, which was pretty cool to see just because it was kind of a classic run back, but I think it may have been just for fun. And already, though, a strong start from Dubasic.
Already ducking under nitro kicks, though. Acid Amatsu fighting back defensively. That's kind of always the mark of the Cetrion players, being able to counter poke.
Oh, the mid-range and a nice crushing blow. That is going to give such a solid life lead. And, of course, the knockdown for pressure. And just needs one more hit, but there's a chance here. We're definitely going to see... Oh, no, I was going to say we were going to see a... Oh, yeah, we are going to see a restand still. Taking a little bit less advantage for a lot more damage because he does need it as much as possible, but didn't find the second opening that he needed. And so Dubasic taking round one.
Round 2.
Yeah, it looked like a really strong round for Dubasic up until that restand, and then, you know, life total started to even out a little bit. But yeah, the glow not even coming into play. It's pretty much just been like nitro kick, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they both realized that the glow is going to control the pace of the match. So Acid Amatsu not even playing at a range where it's going to matter, really. Nice. Flawless block up two. And again, the pressure beginning. Oh, the cancel and the grab and the escape failed. Very nice.
No fear, though. Acid Amatsu moving back in. There's the pole vault. Takes your turn back. Pole vault's going to come out a lot.
Yeah, even just raw and neutral pole vault, it seems like a really good option. We've seen how much it can jump over. Oh, look at that. Dash back, dash back. A little too slow on the vines. You need Mirko level reactions for that, and just didn't quite have it. Oh, there we go.
Got it this time.
Fifth time's the charm.
Oh, no, just goes for damage. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. He's so low on life, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's now within just like one normal away, but the grab, it's going to be the back throw.
I think he has the crushing blow on deck, right? So, like, he's probably just specifically tacking forward at that point.
Yeah, but there we go. The pressure is all that's needed, and we're going to see Dubasic take game number one. I do feel like that was pretty close overall. The styles changed really heavily halfway through that match. I mean, originally it seemed like Acid Amatsu was going to play the 100% aggressive game, but he seemed pretty comfortable trying to catch the glow with the vines and really just kind of zoning with just vines alone for a little bit. And it did pay off a decent amount, but it seemed like maybe he had a little bit more control on offense. So we'll see if he sticks with that plan or not.
Yeah, you talked about it at the very beginning, specifically the idea of just not playing at the range where zoning is even going to be a factor. He only went to the zoning when he already had when he was already full screen, so then he went to the vines because the glow was on and you need a physical attack rather than a projectile, so he just used the tools that he had to work with because unfortunately a lot of the other ones were just completely taken away from him.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think like literally every other tool. But hey, at least Cetrion has an option. Most of the zoners in this game do have at least some sort of non-projectile option just to cover situations like that, like Jade, like the projectile counters, and the vines. Maybe not the best out of all of those options in the game, but better than not having one and starting off with a big crushing blow immediately broken away though.
Yeah, 2-1-3, that would have been good damage, and it would have been a great start for Acid Amatsu, and it still is regardless of the breaker, because now no defensive bar, and that means he also has no defensive bar for the run cancel, right? So that means the mix-up potential is even less.
Yeah, and, well, okay, actually, you know, I was about to say, it looks like Acid Amatsu is controlling so much more just playing offense, but immediately he backs up and gives Dubasic a turn to play his own game. But again, on the offense, it looks like Acid Amatsu is in control, knows he's going to get enough to kill with the barrier, and he's going to take that run strong. And I really do feel like every time that Acid Amatsu backs up and starts like pseudo-zoning, I'm doing air quotes, zoning, then there we go, exactly like that. It comes back to bite him, and now he's cornered. Well, no, never mind.
You were never cornered when you were a Cetrion. Yeah, no, I heavily agree with you on the when he attempts to zone, it's kind of like throwing away the advantage that he had previously from all the restands and all the good situations from knockdown as well. Oh, with the flawless block.
Ooh, that was a cool little combo right there. I think it was 2-1 into back 2 in the juggle. All right, but here comes the glow. Oh, an attempt to challenge, but trying to challenge that range against Jade is so difficult. I mean, some really impressive normals.
Ooh, caught him out of the air, but unlucky that the pole vault did not fully connect because that allowed Asadamase to take back advantage and take the corner. Oh, but walks into it.
Nice, and uses the Amplify, which is going to switch sides, and wow, throws a straight projectile to cover the forward roll, which did end up coming out. That was a really, really good call.
Fight.
So that the spear poke where she kind of expends it pretty far and then hits multiple times. That's back 2?
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
back 2. Yeah, so it is a high, which is the big downside of it, but from pretty far away, there's not really a whole lot that you can do against it, even if you do neutral duck it. Plus, she's got some mids in that area, like down 4 or back 1, that can catch you trying to neutral duck it. But and it's also just active forever, which is why we often see it blocked late. Nice flawless block. Asadamase was running away with this, but the damage is starting to add up, and again, just needs 1 to 2 more openings. Is in Fatal Blow, so realistically just 1. If that back 2 connected, it would have been it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Asadamase recognizes, that he cannot get back 2, not whatsoever.
Oh yeah, he's like, oh, that was a
that was
beautiful
super smart.
He's like, I don't need normals. I have specials. Oh, still 1 hit away. Oh, that could have been a back 2 with punish. That could have been it. Oh, pressure. Plus on block. But the challenge. Last breath gone. No defensive bar. Needs to find an answer here. And the down 3 was a pretty much guaranteed win situation. Would have been chipped. I appreciate the attempt. That was, again, you know, how we saw Dubasic take the win over Asadamase at the very last moments of the last tournament, where it went over the forward 2 just because it does jump so high. But unfortunately, the patience, well, unfortunately for Dubasic, the patience came out from Asadamase, and then he knew exactly how to guarantee that win. So Asadamase definitely not out of this.
Yeah, not only patience, but the adaptation from the previous tournament, right? He was, you notice that the pole vault is not going over a single thing anymore at this point, right? The pole vault has been relegated specifically to combo or keeping the turn safe at this point. It's no longer just going over things, which I think Asadamase kind of sat down and was like, well, you know, I took a bunch of damage from that last time. Let's kind of play around that a little bit more as much as we can anyway.
Yeah, overall, it just seems like Asadamase knows better which ranges to play against in this matchup again. Like, for instance, that whiff punish on the back 2 by just backing up and doing Hell's Wrath was so sick, so perfectly spaced, and so perfectly timed. But we'll see if he can keep it up. And pressure's beginning already from Dubasic. Or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, this is kind of what we saw before, is Asadamase really wants to play at this rate, but great flawless block, recognizing the gaps.
Yeah, and it's smart to use up 3 right there too, because up 2 would have probably just been stuffed by the second hit of the tornado. It's a pretty common situation, but that means he just knew exactly what he was flawless blocking and what he was going for right here. 4-2-1. That was a really interesting call out. I'm not even sure if that was necessarily the intentional string that he was going for right there, but it did hit, and that is her pretty much strongest Mitos launcher, I would say. I guess just normal launcher. There's
the get up right there from Asadamase, but these nitro kicks are putting in so much work. He can't even use the vines because every time they get blocked, the nitro kick is a guaranteed punish.
Yeah, and the fact that this variation of the kick, oh, he was so ready for it, and I think that's going to be it. That is definitely going to be it. 100%, but that was so smart. Waiting for it, knowing exactly what he needed to do there, and knowing that it was just a little bit too enticing to try and get that glow off and prevent any sort of comeback. But the comeback came because of the glow. Rocks aren't projectiles when they're a fatal blow.
Truly the law of surprise. Okay, there it is again, that nitro counter.
Oh, but there we go. Yeah.
Oh, he's bringing it back.
I mean, it does go over a lot of wake up 3s and even maybe some up 2s in certain situations. So I do understand why he used it in that particular situation. Just happened to go over a wake up down 3 instead. No, misses the anti-air. That is huge. Gonna cash out on the damage. You get a little bit of a better knockdown and some better damage, but you force the side switch. You do spend meter off of that, and the grab, I think, should be it. No, I misread the damage, and Chip is going to guarantee it. He was actually just like 1 frame away from being able to get that second defensive bar back and maybe not die after that, but that wasn't the situation.
This is kind of what the basic wants right here, is just specifically to just be able to bully him with those normals. And then, oh, not going to be able to get the nitro kick off that.
Oh no, big hit in the corner. Can he get the pickup this time? No, drops it again. That one whips, but he's still okay. And still going to get the knockdown in the corner. This is a very scary situation that is unsafe, but doesn't get the punish, just tries to take a turn back to 4-2-3. And Satomasa fighting his way back out of the corner, getting quite a bit of damage while he's at it.
There it is.
Yep.
Oh, and then the flawless block, but the drop combo, that's really good for Asadamase.
But Asadamasa didn't realize exactly what was going on. It only went for a down 3 on Wake Up. Could have gone for a full punish. Of course, doesn't have Fatal Blow, so that wouldn't have guaranteed anything. But that confirm is going to do it. And they are just going back and forth here in these close matches. I wouldn't be surprised if we got to a game 5, but right now the score is up 2-1 in favor of DoBasic.
Definitely starting to feel like it might go back and forth all the way to game 5. And I wouldn't be surprised either way. DoBasic, however, he seems to have, especially with this game right here that just happened, he seems to have a better control of the offensive zone. He's continually on top of Asadamase as much as possible, and the only time he's not is when he's been knocked away. And then he gets right back in there thanks to the run into Nitro Kick or whatever it might be. It might not even be Nitro Kick, right? Just run cancel twice. Use both of your defensive bar, you're in their face, and now you get the mix-up.
Yeah, that was something I actually was starting to touch on in the last game, but I wasn't able to... Oh! Are we going to see the Shang? Now, you know, we're seeing the highlight over Warlock, which, again, is a zoning variation, so that may not make that much of a difference in the overall game plan. I think using the lift variation of Shang would be maybe a lot more beneficial, just because, as far as I know, it's not a projectile, and it would allow you to, like, whiff punish and challenge from a further range, but... We are seeing, for the first time in I don't know how long, Asadamasa switching off of the Cetrion and moving to, so Inferno Skull is the third amp hit of the projectile. It's actually not a good move. Clearly Asadamasa just doesn't have a variation ready for Shang Tsung, which I'm going to say is probably not a very good sign, but we'll see how ready he is.
Yeah, oh, it's just the straight Warlock variation. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he went straight to the, actual tournament variation, which, like I said, it's just maybe not a good sign. But, landed a few hits so far.
Out. Oh, yeah, the pressure is just looking all in DoBasic's favor, just completely comfortable. And thanks to the run, that's going to be nice and safe. Ducks into the high, but luckily the string is fast enough that you can't really expect something to come out before it does.
Yeah. Oh, big whiff punish here. All right, that is a really nice way to whiff punish back too, but of course it's not going to work if the glow happens, and yeah, this is a big deal. So I was talking about how Vines may not be one of the best options. Oh, big down two. But yeah, Vines may not be the best anti-project, or I guess you could say non-projectile option from the zoners. What may be the best non-projectile option from the zoners is Corpse Drop. However, it clearly shows that DoBasic is ready for it, but you can still see how much more difficult it makes it to get off that, the crushing blow to get off the glow.
Oh, winning the parry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was a read on, but didn't quite work out.
Well, there's nothing to read right there, right? Because it was in the middle of a combo.
Yeah, well, maybe like reading mashing. I don't know. Maybe it just was a mistake, but
I think it was an input error.
Yeah, I think it's a good chance there.
Okay, well, ground eruption. It's gonna get one more since it's too far away to full combo, and then the run. He doesn't have to deal with corpse drop. Fatal blow.
Oh yeah, and that should be it. Trying to back up and just get away from the plus frames right there, which is an option that we've seen Asadamasa go to a few times before, but this time DoBasic read it, knowing exactly how to confirm into the kill. Easy back to fatal blow. And the Shang Tsung did actually look like it was putting in quite a bit of work. The corpse drops were really, really challenging the glow. It was able to give Asadamasa a chance to zone, and then once the glow was out of the picture, then we started to see the opportunity for the ground eruption, but overall just maybe not quite practiced enough, not quite ready enough. And I would also of course like to see something that isn't the Inferno Skull, the third amplify on the straight projectile, because that's just really something we don't see ever used. So it's a good sign.
What if he picked the wrong variation, like he accidentally hit the right button twice or something?
Hey, it's not it wouldn't be the first time that it's happened, but overall, you know, I do just think that maybe that's just the one that he's practiced the most. Of course, Asanamata hasn't had a true secondary since before custom variations were a thing by a lot, so probably doesn't really know how to use too many of the other ones, or I should more say probably doesn't know, or probably isn't as comfortable using any of the other moves, so regardless, it's probably the one he's most comfortable with, and it did almost work out. However, like I said, do basic is just do basic, and it's going to be so tough to get through him, and that means that the result was very similar, if not the same, as the tournament 3 days ago, and that sets us up for a repeat of that grand finals also. So do basic and Mirko. Of course, if anybody didn't watch that match, it was Mirko coming out on top before the bracket was even reset. Do basic went all Jade, Mirko of course with the Scorpion, but will we see a repeat of that?
Yeah, it's a pretty samey type bracket today. I mean, you know, it's only been 3 days, so a lot of these players are still hot and ready to go. So it makes sense that they would be kind of in the top 3 again. But do basic and Mirko, so we saw this in the upper bracket. The only reason do basic is in lower bracket is because of Mirko right there. These two have played several different times at this point, and what was interesting is we actually did see do basic specifically go all in on Cabal despite the previous event's results.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely looked again. I don't want to say like he had like a better grasp on the matchup, but he looked more comfortable against Mirko as a player. Mirko, of course, the first time they played was, well, not the first time, but the first time recently that they played a very, very runaway style Scorpion, and it seemed like do basic was getting a little bit impatient. But overall, it just seemed like the mental stamina was there. I guess, I don't know, the patience back was there this time, and he didn't go for anything super risky to try to get in. So I wouldn't be super surprised, honestly, if we saw either different character picked in this grand finals. I mean, the fact that he's gone Jade for the last 2 matches makes me think that maybe we're just going to see Jade again. It's on his mind. It's already like, you know, he's in the Jade zone. Ooh, that was a cool way to say it. But yeah, I can see either way.
The Jade Zone. Well, to be honest, I'm looking at Mirko personally for taking the W. Only because of the solidification, if you will, of what had happened in the upper bracket set today was very strong, because it showed that do basic had an adaptation at the ready, right? He had more comfortability, like you said, and he was coming into it trying to combat what he had faced previously, and it still was not enough. Mirko was just able to come out on top, you know, make an extra adaptation. The chat also is with me on this 65% of you anyway. And it just feels like Mirko is not even close to being stoppable right now.
Yeah, well, okay, so just over the past 3 days, we've seen 7 sets from Mirko, and Mirko has lost 0 of them. So it's definitely going to be hard to say that, or it's going to be very hard to bet against Mirko in this situation for sure. On the other side, though, you know, there's a reason why you actually mentioned this a minute ago, that like it looks like a very similar bracket to 3 days ago. However, there are a lot of different players than we had. It's just the top 3 are the exact same in the exact same order, and there's a big reason that those 3 are able to, even in very different brackets, still make it into the top 3 spot. Is because these are 3 of, if not the 3 most consistent players in the European Open Series, and they are just absolutely killing it recently. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this as the top 3 in another 3 days, but yeah, really the key here is that you can't count any of them out at any time. So even though Mirko is now on a 7-game winning streak, there's no reason to think that it's going to be a complete wash. And we are going to see the Jade come back out. So character picks very, very similar to last week also.
Yeah, just starting out with the Jade though, too. That's the big thing, is just from the get-go, No more Cabal. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll see Cabal at some other point. But starting out with Jade is a big difference, because previously it was like start Cabal, switch to Jade when you're down and on the ropes. Now it's like no more on the ropes. I don't have that many chances. Gotta win 2 sets, do basic to be able to put him into lower bracket and then be able to even have a chance at taking the tournament, right?
Yeah, like it's not difficult enough to just win 1 set against Do Basic. You have to win 2. But here, or sorry, against Mirko, Do Basic's the one who's gonna have to win 2. Regardless, that statement was still technically correct, however, not relevant to us at this time. So here we go. The Jade against the Scorpion, as we expect. Green versus yellow. Ooh, that was cool. Down forwarding him out of the teleport. That was weird looking.
Okay, forward through again. Just trying to use the interactable, get some space, you know.
And the big Ritz cracker. Oh, just raw jump out of the corner. That's a good defensive option. Not easy against Jade, though.
Oh, I like the decision. Yeah. So using the chance to just take both of their power-ups, right? But the problem is you talked about this earlier. Scorpion's power-up is far more effective at not only staying around longer, but it's going to do more in this particular matchup, because Scorpion's not going to be dishing out far too many projectiles. It's just like Spear. That's it.
Yeah, it is literally just Spear, unless you take the projectile for his other thing. But nice conversion, and that's going to be the round. We almost never see fatal blows out of Mirko. The only time is when you do get into situations like that where he knows that he can 100% kill them. But when it comes into play, it's very, very important. But yeah, the Spear buff also, it just adds so much damage to everything. I mean, again, it's for any move that's a Spear move, which includes grabs, it includes most of his normals, it includes his teleport, it includes the Spear itself, because he just hits you with Spear so many times that you can see how much damage it adds. As Do Basic already less than half life.
420 damage on that.
Yeah, that is a lot. I mean, Jade does at least have a normal amount of life. It's not going to be the Jackie syndrome, so there's that. But
that's true. Yeah. Oh, but another duck on the nitro kick. Good recognition there. We talk a lot about the defensive decisions and reaction times of Mirko, and that's another good example right there. Just like defensively deciding to stay ducking at such a far range, expecting the nitro kick.
Yeah, I mean, especially after seeing that last match, you can see how much he likes to get in with the nitro kick. It is a lot scarier, though, just because the option is there for the run to just continue and then to go for the mid of the staff flip. The staff, that's not the right name, but pole vault. There we go. Close enough. But yeah, the pole vault, of course, is a mid, which can catch you ducking, but the fact that he was still so far away meant that he was safely able to just know that he could neutral duck. And yeah, the punish was huge. The fact that he got up with the standing forward meant that he knew exactly what he was waiting for. That was going to be the absolute maximum amount of damage. And then he's just cashed out completely, knowing there was no defensive bar. All of it looks like Mirko's still just in control. And I have no idea how anybody can take him out of control at this point.
It definitely feels like it. It absolutely feels like it. He looks unstoppable. He's been looking unstoppable since a few days ago. If we do end up seeing these like top 3 in like another 3 days, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, it's also weird that it's just looking to be a repeat in the top 3, basically just overall, but the basic, he's got a chance. He's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, it's only been 1 game so far. Do Basic just gonna try and fight out. It's not like we're strangers to seeing Do Basic at least make an adaptation, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, especially all the players in top 3 are very adaptation heavy players. Ooh, good patience.
Oh, but the block punish, yeah. Gonna immediately break her, and that's Do Basic still got the pressure going. Not a lot of life left here for Mirko. Oh, and the duck under the grab.
Do you want more?
Yeah, almost an unnecessarily good read. I mean, you have your opponent cornered and you still duck their grab, but hey, whatever. It's just shows some pretty good momentum, and Do Basic really needs that.
If you want to talk about unnecessary, if he had down 2'd that grab, that would have been unnecessary.
I mean, that would have been like actually unnecessary. That's such a good, infamously good crushing blow, of course, for Jade, having one of the best down 2s in the entire game, not only with huge vertical range but horizontal range. Normally, it's like the go-to move, but we actually don't see it a whole lot from Do Basic.
Yeah, KP actually has a variation called like down 2 sucks, please jump.
And of course, immediately we do see the down 2 crushing blow. After I was like, yeah, we don't see it all that often, but yeah, KP definitely going to be very familiar with the Jade down 2. Nice flawless block. That's going to be a big corner combo.
Okay, the 3. Oh. Okay, yeah, full damage. It requires a breakaway because I'm pretty sure Fatal Blow would have killed. The Nitro Kick's gonna miss. That's huge. Oh, but he's able to duck under. Yes.
Wow, and yeah, Basic totally taking advantage of 100% correct reads against these grabs from Mirko. And it's all of these players have shown that they're extremely difficult to grab for whatever reason. You know, either they tech it or they duck it. But right now, Basic looking just to be at the absolute top of his game as far as that goes. And honestly, without those last 2 grabs, things could have been a lot closer. So I'd have to expect we're going to see a lot less coming out of Mirko after these 2 pretty big punishes.
So were they all defensive grabs that Basic ducks? I think they were defensive grabs because like the first one that he ducked under was Mirko's back was to the corner, right? He had barely any health left and he went for a throw. That last one, I'm forgetting exactly if it was defensive or it was meant to be a mix-up tool.
The second one was a little bit more of like a mix-up option. The first one was definitely defensive, which is why I said that. Like, sure, yeah, okay, I understand reading a grab and neutral ducking it when it's like you're the one who's waking up, right? But when your opponent is in the corner on defense and you walk up to them and you just neutral duck and bait their grab, like that's an unnecessarily good read. But like I said, unnecessarily good reads are what is going to be necessary. Oh, did we see
Mirko
a switch?
Changed. So this is what he changed to the last time the Jade was starting to take games off of him 3 days ago.
Yeah, the full Searing Rage variation. It's an actual pre-made variation in the game, of course. This is going to be the highest potential damage that you can get off of Scorpion. Plus, on top of that, it does give you the ability to mix up that 2-1 string like we're seeing right there. Normally, there's a gap after 2-1, or you can just poke after it, but 2-1-3, or sorry, 2-1, 1+3 is a really nice mix-up tool to interrupt that. And yep, that's a lot of damage.
And I don't think he amplified the death spin either, so it could have been more maybe.
But already so much, and yeah, you can already see that this variation is paying off just with the amount of damage, the amount of corner carry, and he really doesn't. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say he doesn't really need the teleport cancels, but he made a really heavy read right there. Maybe just also honestly on muscle memory, but the commitment did not pay off.
Yeah. I was also going to say that the teleports weren't really coming into play, but it looks like they. I guess maybe he just had that hard read like you were talking about. But speaking of hard reads, there's the down 2. He knew he was gonna break, so he smartly got the spear buff. That was a great decision because look at how much this is gonna do extra.
Oh yeah, especially with this variation, and the 2-1-2 is gonna get the spear buff, but he uses the time to set it up again. And now he only needs 1 hit. Basic does have the fatal blow. Didn't get the conversion from the back 2, but now any single hit into it is the potential to kill. Plus on block
frames. Yeah, he has been abusing the plus on block super hard. There hasn't really been a flawless block too, so he's just been kind of been able to run pressure a bunch. Oh, I was gonna say a lot of the damage was chip, but now it's crushing blow and armor breakers.
Fight.
Okay, so that round turned around pretty quickly, let's just say, which is a whole lot of KBs. But all those KBs are off the table. However, Scorpion spent some that round too, so overall just resources spent on both sides. Oh no, big drop.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to the teleport, but he's gonna be able to get this at the very least. No spear buff until maybe the knockdown here, but will he go for it? Yeah. The spear Oki is a little bit too close that I feel like if you go for the spear buff, you're probably getting punished.
Yeah, and you do, I think, end up negative if you do spear into the spear buff, just because it's only a little bit of an advantage. It's not fully enough. So yeah, we see him use it a lot more in times like this, where it's just based off of the distance, and that's gonna be, what was that? 4-3, 4-3, 4-3-2 into the spin. That was perfect. In fact, that might have even been enough for Chip, but that means now just one more game, and we will see Mirko winning back to back.
If that was not enough for the chip, that was a crazy confirm. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised because Mirko just keeps reacting to stuff better than anybody else I've ever seen. So
I know, better than I've seen people react offline. Like, it's unbelievable. It's just like he's a robot. It has to be. He has to be a robot. There's no way that that's an actual human with actual human reactions. But it's gonna pay off when you get into situations like that. And so, switching back to the Cabal, so this is gonna be a pretty big change from what we saw in the grand finals in the last brackets. We saw the Jade committed to 100%. This time, Cabal coming back out, and maybe the fact that we're gonna see the Burning Spear here, or the Searing Rage, I should say, overall, might be a little bit worse than the teleport cancels. I don't know. We're gonna have to see.
the problem is Do Basic is all in on the Cabal, right? Because Mirko is up 2 at the moment.
Right.
So he can just change back variation directly after this. So basically Do Basic just has to make this happen. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I had the game count wrong.
Oh wait, yeah, what? Well, actually, I thought no, it's 2 for Mirko, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2 for Mirko. Maybe I'm wrong, but
we'll get confirmation in a bit. I'm
yeah,
sure.
yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 2 for Mirko. So just needs one more win here, but yeah, like you said, this is a lock into the Cabal. So even if this variation doesn't work out, however, I feel like this variation is actually quite good in this matchup because this is such a high damage matchup that getting the extra damage that you're seeing right here, 331 for 1 bar, is going to help a whole lot. And again, the big risks. Didn't have the meter to convert. Maybe that's why he took a bigger risk.
Yeah, if he had the meter, that would have been dead. So 5%. This is basically chip at this range with the death spin. Yeah, it didn't even matter. The down 1. Mirko, tournament point here.
Yeah, like you said, the death spin was just like complete overkill right there, and you can see why it's actually a useful option, but of course he didn't need it. However, he might use it this time. Nice big conversion. This is going to be corner position. Oh no, it's not. Of course, he's going to use the full combo.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, he is like, deal as much damage as possible, but there's the instant jump kick.
Oh, the staggers. Plus unblock, but he just chooses to back up. Oh my gosh, these staggers. Oh, he made the hard read there, and that is going to be a really, really big punish. Absolute max damage.
Too slow.
And the corner. Okay,
Yeah.
Marion, wake up. Immediate reversal throw.
Oh, he tried to bait something, walking forwards and walking backwards. Oh,
And there's
big
the fatal blow.
conversion. I think that's going to be it. I feel pretty confident that Mirko knows that, which is why he went for the 1-1 and a fatal blow. Just going to wait for the final hit before I say anything, and that is definitely it, as Mirko will be a repeat champion. Not only the Week 4 winner for March, but also the monthly final champion. And he is looking like the #1 player to stop in the Open Series, and I don't know if anybody at this current time can do it. The closest we had was Acid Amatsu earlier in the day, but just wasn't quite able to. So Mirko with Scorpion, such a dominating force.
The only person I can maybe think of is the fact that like Arn Kratos is currently away right now, right? And Arn Kratos is normally one of the staple Open Series competitors. But if Arn, other than that, yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. It looks like Mirko is unstoppable to anyone that comes on his path.
Yeah, it's just the reactions, the pressure, just everything being absolutely so optimal. Everything is that Mirko is doing is just looking perfect. I mean, if you are trying to learn how to play Scorpion yourself, like so many players are, Mirko is such a great example to watch. I mean, he's a character that has to pressure in a very specific way. You can see him in so many of his different, including right there, in so many of his different pressure situations where he'll like move forward, then back up, then move forward again, and just constantly bait you into messing up yourself. And he does it in such an efficient way, but there's a reason why now he has gone 2 full tournaments in a row without losing a single set. That is 8 sets straight, and without even having to go to a further set than that in the grand finals. So really, like I said, the #1 player to watch in the European Open Series, and that is really, really setting the pace for going into the next month. But of course, all of our top, I mean, really everybody here has an extremely impressive showing today. Some of the players that we expect to do really well even went out in the very first round of the tournament, but especially our top 3 are just looking, it's just unstoppable.
Unstoppable is absolutely the word. So it's going to be first place Mirko, second place Do Basic, and third place Asaramase. On the fourth place is going to be H-Dope as well. So all of them are going to be walking away with a cash prize. And, you know, they just get to kind of lay on their couch after this. But if you guys want more MK11 action, we will be back with the North American side of the monthly finals here at 2 p.m. PT in just a little bit. And if you guys are looking for maybe some other games to watch, you know, there's Under Night in Birth, Una Claire on the 29th, Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle on the 30th, and Soul Calibur 6 on the 31st. You guys can join the fight as well on compete.playstation.com.
Yep, it's again, it's not too late to sign up for these. Even if you feel like you're not going to stand a chance, there's really no better place to level up, and you can see all these players leveling up together, which is why they're constantly doing better and better each week. But like Ebonic just said, we are going to be back in about an hour and 15 minutes with the North American brackets. That means we're only half done. Despite all of these amazing matches, there is still so much Mortal Kombat 11 left today. So go get some, I guess depending where you live, either some lunch or some super late dinner or whatever you need to do. Just take a break for another hour, because we certainly are. And once we're done with that, we will be back with the North American side of the bracket. But for now, we are going to take a break, and we will see you then.
Be all good decisions from here. And that one was great.
PlayStation.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.